prayer card to St. Dimna. Maybe some of you know that St. Dimna is the patron, one of the patrons for people that live with a mental illness. And on the back of it is a prayer. So we'll start with this prayer to St. Dimna. So in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Lord, we pray for those who have a mental illness. Help us understand that the way we talk about people with a mental illness affects the people themselves and how we treat the illness. So often, people who have a mental illness are known as their illness. People say that she is bipolar and he is schizophrenic. When we talk about mental illness, we should not use that phrase. People who have cancer are not cancer, those with heart disease are not heart disease. Let us always remember that people with a mental illness are not the illness. They are beautiful creations of God. There is so much fear, ignorance, and hurtful attitudes that the people who suffer from mental illness needlessly suffer for it. Help us to support and be compassionate to those with a mental illness every bit as much as we support those who suffer from any other illness. Grant courage to those for whom we pray and fill them with hope. If it is according to your divine will, grant them the recovery and cure they desire. Help them to remember you love them. They are never alone. Saint Nick, patron of those with a mental illness, pray for us.
So next we got Bishop Dolan.
Okay, well, Bishop, I think you'll be up on the screen here in a minute.
Do we need to...
Give us a second to work on the screen here. Why don't you blow Bishop up there?
There's one little technology thing. Go ahead, please.
That's something that I have to do, right?
Hang on, you're hearing, but let me pull them up.
Yeah, give us a second to work through. You're the trial run here at the beginning of the session and stuff.
Let's see, what it might need to do is...
You probably want to
We
stop
have to do it on
sharing.
this side.
I want to stop sharing.
Well, I think I have to pull them up on this computer.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. We can do that. Hang on.
Okay.
Now, let's see how good I am. I think with one quick thing, it will work. Let's see. Oh, it worked.
You can see me there now.
Yes.
Hang on, let me turn up the sound a little.
Yes.
I'm not getting a full response. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. But hang on.
Let's see. It's a little choppy, so again, I'm not sure. Maybe someone can text me, but let me know that you're hearing.
We can hear you, but they're adjusting the volume.
Okay. Just give me a heads up when you can hear me.
Here we got it figured out, I think.
Yeah, how many deacons does it take?
How'd you get that with it now? None at all.
How many deacons does it take to get a bishop on the street?
There we go, we got it. I'll try. I think that's better.
Okay, Bishop.
Yeah? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Well, the joys of modern communication. Well, it's my joy to be a part of this mental health ministry course and to provide some points of introduction. I'm Bishop John Dolan of the Diocese of San Diego, and I'm particularly grateful to Deacon Ed Schoner, members of the Association of Catholic Mental Health Ministers, and the Catholic Institute for Mental Health Ministry at the University of San Diego. You know, for over 2,000 years, from Jesus to our present hope, the gospel has called us to seek out the lost sheep, and as Pope Francis has said, even get the smell of the sheep on us. Reaching out to the peripheries and allowing those on the peripheries to touch us in the gospel way communal way. It's in fact the synodal way. It's a journey where those who abide in the heart and bosom and the extremities walk in tandem as one body of Christ. It's a journey where we converse and we commune. And as we consider mental health ministry, we add to our list of those belonging to the body of Christ, members of our families and parishes and workplaces and neighborhoods who struggle with mental health. We all belong to the church, healthy or not. And it is for this reason mental health ministry is so central to the gospel. I'm a bishop, but before anything else, I'm a human being who knows the severities of mental health and the struggles of mental health, especially if untreated. And as a survivor of suicide loss, I myself have witnessed firsthand the pains of mental health in my family, having lost my brother Tom through suicide when I was just an 8th grader, or my sister Therese and her husband Joe through suicide when I was a junior in college seminary, and having assisted 2 other siblings after they had attempted suicide on more than a few occasions each. I understand the importance of Catholic mental health ministry and the gift it brings to so many people within our parishes and our families. The truth is, when I had to survive these losses in my life, the church was the only place of comfort for me. I relied heavily on the prayers and the spiritual outreach of my priests and women religious from my home parish, as well as the priests on the staff in the seminary during my college years. And while I was blessed by their pastoral outreach, I know that the continued outreach could not be offered by them in a way that presently established mental health ministries can today. Mental health ministry in individual or clustered parishes not only takes the weight off of pastors' shoulders, but maintains the gospel mandate to tend to those in need. Certainly, those who struggle with depression, anxiety, post-trauma, scrupulosity, and OCD, just to name a few disorders, need continuous love and care from the wider body of Christ, not just the priests and the women religious or the deacons, but various members of our parishes. If you are in this course, I'm assuming you have a desire to love others. I only ask that you be open to be loved by those to whom you offer an open ear. As I had mentioned, those who live in the heart or the bosom or the extremities of the whole body of Christ walk together, and each member has an opportunity to give the other with the gospel of love. As a priest, I've been touched and transformed by many people whom I sought to comfort first. This sense of gospel journey is a two-way street. The more I give of my time to those in need, the more I am rewarded by love returned. Mental health ministry is not about helping others. It's about loving others, and ultimately abiding in love as Christ commands. When we focus only on helping others, in this case helping those who struggle with mental health, there may be a tendency to treat the other as a patient. In doing so, we fail to recognize the other as a valued member, a true brother or sister in Christ. Mental health ministers do not treat the person or the persons with mental disorders in the way that, say, a psychiatrist or a psychologist could or would. As ministers, we neither diagnose nor prescribe a treatment for a family member or parishioner. Nor, after discovering the diagnosis and treatment, do we offer therapy. For legal reasons, we leave that to the professionals. For spiritual reasons, we walk with and accompany our fellow brothers and sisters in Christ, and if helpful, celebrate in prayer the benchmarks of hope and gladness our brothers and sisters have found in the church through our spirit of accompaniment. Mental health ministers don't judge either. We don't judge. As you'll discover in this course, mental health disorders come in various forms, and very often these disorders are directly associated with brain impairments, even minor impairments. And those who come to this ministry should not assume that people with disorders can simply take a mind over matter approach to dealing with daily routines or facing life issues. The mind, as we have come to see, is really the brain. And when we speak of mind over matter, it would be like saying to a person who has a severed arm, give me 10 push-ups. It just can't happen if all of a sudden they have a severed arm. The same thing is true for persons who have, maybe brain-related issues that cause the mental disorder. Mind over matter may not make any sense to us, to these wonderful brothers and sisters that we have in our midst. Thinking, if I can get this person to think rationally or willfully or even morally, then I will have done my job, is the wrong way to approach this important ministry. Judging a person based on their reasoning or willfulness or moral behavior puts the minister outside of the spirit of prayerful accompaniment. Mental health ministers are dedicated lay and religious and clergy members who give up their time in the spirit of accompaniment, and at the end of the day, nothing else. Accompaniment is the beginning and the end of Catholic mental health ministry. Walking, journeying, communing with our brothers and sisters in Christ. I hope you will benefit from this course, and if you haven't already made a commitment, consider joining the wonderful family of mental health ministers across our nation and globe. I promise, if you embrace the joy and the spirit of accompaniment first, you will receive 100 times more than you can ever give. And with that, I offer simply a blessing to you all. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Bishop Dolan, so much. Okay, we're going to do an activity, but first I want to pull us back to the slides here. Again, my name is Marjorie. Let Deacon off the screen here. Get Bishop off the screen. Okay. All right. So, we have some learning objectives, and I believe in your packet you have a pre-test. I'd like for you guys to pull that out, or not really a test, but a pre-evaluation. Anybody find one?
On the left side.
I've heard that it's on the right side. There it is. It looks like this. Yes. So what I'd like for you to do is to go ahead and take a moment now to read that and to put a number from 1 to 5 by each of those objectives of how comfortable, how confident you are that you could do that now before we start. And then also, if you could, answer that question on the bottom as well. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to pass around something we're going to use for an activity. So just
Everybody got a chance to do that? Somebody maybe tell me something that they're hoping to learn that isn't on the list? Anybody? Okay.
I'd like to help my parish learn about resources that are available in the community.
Yeah, she'd like to help her parents learn about resources that are available in the community, that are available. And here's you put that emphasis on are, because sometimes it's hard to find them, right?
Oh my God, I got an Navigator here.
Oh, good.
Okay.
All right. Okay, well, let's keep going then. I think that,
Bishop Dolan does a wonderful job talking about mental health ministry, and especially love what he said that if you're in this ministry to help, you're coming here to help other people, then you're not in the right frame of mind. We're here to love other people. That's what we're here for. And we know that when we do that, that God multiplies the gifts that we receive. So, I'm going to just hit a few points that I helped make this slide presentation, and I didn't want to put words in Bishop Dolan's mouth. He was supposed to do the first part, so I'm going to zoom through some of the first part because I wanted him to speak, but I also had some points that we wanted to make sure were covered, so I'm going to do a little bit of covering of that and then move. So I might go a little quickly, but stop me if I'm going too fast. But I know you all have all of this there. So the Catholic Mental Health Ministry, there's many scriptures you can go to, but one is from the Gospel of John, that we've come that they may have life and have it to the full. And so that when we are loving our brothers and sisters, we are giving and we are receiving that life to the full. And there is an institution, the Catholic Institute of Mental Health Ministry at the University of San Diego, that we want you to know about. They have a website, and also the Association of Catholic Mental Health Ministers is an organization to network and support Catholic mental health lay ministers. All right. And then I think that you're getting this from Bishop Dolan already, but mental health ministry is a ministry of presence and service. I would say more of presence than service, in which people with mental illness are valued and loved as children of God who have dignity and gifts for the community. And the reason that we're there is to provide spiritual and practical support for persons with mental illness. But I will say, too, that many of us who are in this ministry also have a mental illness. I would be one of them. And that's part of how I came to this ministry, just watching my whole life how people with mental illness have been treated and how we don't talk about mental illness. Because I grew up in a household where my mom's very highly functioning, but she also has bipolar disorder. And when she isn't functioning well, she's really not functioning well. And it's very frightening to a child growing up. And it's very chaotic. And when nobody talks about what is happening, that makes it even more scary. So, lo and behold, I grew up to be a psychologist. Not surprising, right? Because I saw things that other people didn't see, and I can see them really quickly. And I also have a lot of compassion and empathy, because the person who probably loves me the most, I also saw suffer. So many of us in this ministry also have a mental illness, so I want to definitely put that out there. Oops. Let's see. What it's not is we aren't here to diagnose or provide health care, provide counseling or therapy, and also we're not here just to tell people to pray more or to have more faith. That probably is even damaging because it assumes that if people did have faith, they wouldn't have mental illness. That's just not true. And it's not valuing someone when we tell them something like that. So, and I love being a mental health minister. I like it actually a lot more than I love being a psychologist too, but I have a specific role when I'm a psychologist, and it's much more freeing to be a mental health minister. So, more about that later. But just to be clear, we don't need to know all the diagnoses to be a mental health minister. It is helpful, and we certainly aren't going to diagnose people. Bishop covered this much better than I could have covered it. This is something to know about, that there is we can watch it, it's only 2 minutes. This is really wonderful. Bishop Dolan was part of a group of bishops. Groups of bishops go to visit the Pope regularly, and when the bishops from California went to visit the Pope last year, was it? Yeah. 2 years ago, I think in January, Bishop Dolan got a prompting to talk to him about mental illness, and I didn't know I was going to tell this story, but I'm going to tell the story because it's so great. They were talking about mental illness, and the Pope said, yes, there's a loss of faith. And Bishop Dolan just had this prompting to say, but Holy Father, it's not a loss of faith. My sister had a very strong devotion to Saint Therese, and my brother is a faith-filled man. This is not a loss of faith. And I have to believe that God helped to put things a little more front and center for the Pope, for him to understand. And now, every month there's a prayer intention that you can pray with the Pope. And next month it's for depression and burnout. And that's the first time that we know of that he's done that. And so we're hoping that you know that and you can use that as put a little bulletin announcement, whatever, to start getting people thinking about this. It's a great opportunity to just even a little seed for your ministry. But those of us on the board for the association, we saw the one for October. We said, well, this is mental health ministry. Because the prayer intention for October is that we are missionary disciples. And I'm going to play that video. It's 2 minutes.
Sound should come through the sound system.
Okay. All right.
Jesús nos pide a todos, y a ti también, ser discípulos y misioneros. ¿Estás preparado? Basta con estar disponibles a su llamado y vivir unidos al Señor en las cosas más cotidianas. Trabajo, los encuentros, las ocupaciones de cada día, las casualidades de cada día, dejándonos guiar siempre por el Espíritu Santo. Si te mueve Cristo, Si hacen las cosas porque Cristo te guía, los demás se dan cuenta fácilmente. Y tu testimonio de vida provoca admiración. Y la admiración hace que otros se pregunten, ¿cómo es posible que esto sea así? ¿De dónde le viene a esta persona el amor con el que trata todo, la amabilidad, el buen humor? Recordemos que la misión no es proselitismo, sino que la misión se basa en un encuentro entre personas, en el testimonio de hombres y mujeres que dicen, yo conozco a Jesús, me gustaría que tú también lo conocieras. Hermanos y hermanas, recemos para que cada bautizado participe en la evangelización y que cada bautizado esté disponible para la misión a través de su testimonio de vida y que este testimonio de vida tenga sabor a evangelio.
So next what we're going to do is we're going to do an activity. I'll fiddle with that in a minute once you guys are engaged in your activity. So we gave you guys the California Bishops put out a pastoral letter in 2018 on mental illness, and it is a wonderful, inspired document. When somebody put it in my hands and I looked at it, I did cry. I cried. Because nobody had ever told me that there were saints with mental illness. Nobody had ever told me that this wasn't something to be ashamed of. I knew that, but I never heard the church say that. I never heard the church say that, and I needed to hear the church say that. So we're going to do an activity. There's a lot of inspired words in there. There's also the next few slides that you have some words from some popes and some other groups of bishops who have put out pastoral statements as well. And so what we're going to do is we're going to get, actually, let's try this as a, no, we're going to get into small groups because I want you guys to try to meet other folks. And I would, let's see, I know it's a little tricky with COVID, but they've all got masks on, right? So we're good. Okay. What I'd like...
You might have some ideas.
Yeah, how to group folks, maybe according to location, if you have some ideas about... I'm going to put people in 5 groups.
Yeah.
So maybe you can help us out with that.
You want parishes to stick together?
I want parishes to stick together, and then if we're just locally, however you can.
Okay. I know we have folks from Rockford, right? Yeah, folks from Rockford should stick together.
Okay. So we're gonna have you get up and move. Then I think we're gonna have
We
to.
have a room. We can probably have a room in the back for one of the breakout rooms.
Okay.
So Rockford, how many again? 4.
Okay.
Why don't we go? Will Rockford, we go to that room?
Okay.
Sauk had a few people, didn't they? Yep, Sauk. Why don't Sauk and St. Peter's meet together? So,
Okay.
remember who they are? Yep. So
Maybe right up here. There's big pieces of paper. So that big piece of paper that's on the floor right there, that's going to be for you guys. Okay.
So then, let's see. Anybody else from like the Madison area? Dennis, we have 3. Which one? 3 from St. Dennis. 3 from St. Dennis. We should keep you together. Move back. Oh, they have it. Oh, God bless you. That's where I'm working. That's where I'm working. So why don't we, so Rockford, we'll go into the, you can follow me probably, we'll go into the back room. St. Albert, you have 3. Why don't we go to St. How many did St. Dennis have? Maybe St. Albert's and St. Dennis, but you're going to be here. Maybe you meet together, maybe over on this side.
I think we gave this group that big piece of paper.
Okay. Yep.
So how about they have that one back there?
Yep.
Okay. And
So it's Sauk and and St. Peter's
Yeah.
together.
Okay.
The average of Great St. Dennis.
Oh, okay.
We'll figure out where we're gonna be.
There should be an envelope in this piece of paper too.
Rockford will follow me.
Yep. Okay, so that's 3 groups.
Yeah.
And then who's left? Okay. Let's just have one more group. Who's left in the back there with that piece of paper and that? Okay, before you go though, let me just explain what we're going to be doing. Okay. So what we're going to be doing before you go is I want you to think about, we're going to talk about the first principle that the bishops wrote about in their letter, that Christ calls us to attend to people with mental illness. And so when you think about that, what teachings from our church, what scriptures from our church, what from our church that you already know tells you that Christ calls us to attend to people with mental illness. It could be scripture, catechism, something that I taught you, whatever. Just get that in your mind. And on these pieces of paper, we're going to make sure that you all have markers. And I want you just to take a marker and write down what that is. All right? And then after that, after everybody's had a chance to do that, then open up the envelope and pull out the writing that's there. And there's our, from popes, from bishops, from the National Catholic Partnership on Disability has a theological statement about mental illness. There's just words from those folks too. So you can see how Christ calls us. All right? And put that together. That would be great.
How long?
10 minutes?
Oh, 10 minutes?
Yeah, 10 minutes. So come back at 9:29. Ish. Yeah, 9:29.
So,
Okay.
follow Kayla. And we'll make sure we bring it. For the record.
Thank you so much.
Keep it moving. Kayla got it.
Marion, that paper stays there. We're using caretaker.
I'll stay with you. I have no idea where I'm going.
Yes. I'm a snapper.
That's what the cattle
What's that?
Me to grab this
Yeah, I know, because I'm hired to marry you. That's why I have this.
Oh, that is you, Bill.
I guess the friend of mine scheduled with me, so you're gonna do this little exercise and take a break?
The program is going to do. Whole Saturday.
This is and then we'll break it.
So I should tell Linda we still, still pretty close to like 55. I just wanted to tell Linda.
Yeah.
We're all out of time.
That's okay. Up there in the morning.
Well, okay. Well, you did have a break.
Maybe 9:40.
Oh,
Yeah, since he's there.
Yes, ma'am.
You can get as many as you want.
We do not just,
take a break.
Yeah.
Out the window?
I mean, before we.
No.
Yeah. Okay. And they can go for an hour. They're going to be out of it.
So the window. Oh, you have my stuff. Oh, so go around a little behind. That's a section. Oh, I see. Yeah, you should. Leave somebody else. Yeah, it's like that's the case. Oh, so you're all these slides here about
as they were making it. So I mean, you want to have a
quickly
meeting.
out that window. We haven't done it. We haven't done it. So that still seems about right. If we, you've got a half, looks like you have a half hour. Well. Maybe do that about 20 minutes, so that brings us to 9:50. So let's start about 9:50, I'm just going to skip a break. We're going to
I would say more, yeah, maybe.
What's that?
Yeah, I was home already playing.
He was
Well, the questions were what attitudes right taken and right to teach us. That's all we gotta do is love, right?
kind of around the back up, Marjorie.
You guys have about 1 more minute.
She writes as best as she can.
Okay.
So I think she wanted to.
Yeah, there's definitely one.
Thank you.
We are operated like
Okay, I guess, the one thing I'm looking at is what teachings from the Catechism tell us how to practice social teaching. You know, that, I don't think that I can learn anything that taught us all okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
They didn't even know that word yet.
Okay, thank you guys for engaging in that activity and hopefully meeting some folks and okay. So I think, I'm sorry to have to rush that, but I think you guys all get the idea that there's many ways that Christ calls us to attend to people with mental illness, and there's a lot that Christ taught us about how to do that. And I'm looking forward to putting those up so we can see them maybe during lunchtime. I want to see. But also, I hope that you saw that there's a lot of documents from the church as well, not and more recent ones. So that's, and more coming out. So there's a lot of things you can go to. And on the association website, we have links to these documents. Okay, and also this, whenever you see this, this is the logo from the California Bishop's Letter. And whenever you see that on the slide, that's where it's coming from. And they have on their website, not only do they have the pastoral letter, but they also have study guides that you can do in your parish on these topics. And they have them in languages that we have in California a lot: Spanish, English, and Vietnamese. So, right. And then these were also more words that meant to go in the packets that didn't, but just that we are trying to form a culture of inclusion and encounter. That's what these next few slides are. This is the bishop's letters from Australia, New York, and California. Have all different pastoral letters. And this is Pope John Paul. So we have been able to get through that part. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move into the second one since we've got a little bit of a late start. I'm going to go ahead and get started. If you need to get up and move around, please feel free to do that, and then we'll just keep moving through the morning. Okay? So we're now on section 2, mental health challenges. We knew it would be important to talk about this. And one thing, maybe most of you who are here today probably already know that 1 in 5 Americans right now could have, if somebody took the DSM-5, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, and we tested everybody, 20% of us in America, adults, have a diagnosable mental illness. So I'm assuming that at least 20% of us in this room do. And I also know that within a lifetime, more than half of Americans will have a diagnosis at one point in time. So there's a lot of statistics out there that are interesting. And that 1 in 5 is any mental illness, so mild, moderate, or severe. But with 1 in 25 Americans live with a serious mental illness such as schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, or major depression. I've seen numbers as low as 1 in 18. And I know in my county, it's 1 in 50, not the severe mental illness in terms of specific diagnoses, but 1 in 15 adults self-describe their symptoms as severe. So it's a lot.
Can you tell me if those numbers, if those statistics and the ones in here, if those are pre or during COVID?
This is pre-COVID. Okay, so
Because I think probably the numbers are higher now.
People do seem to think that the numbers are higher. Definitely, a lot more people are talking about mental illness now. There's a lot. Stigma has gone way down. Yes. And another. Is there somebody over here? Okay. All right. And a good place to get those, of course, you know, World Health Organization, CDC, and all that good things. But also, most likely, your local governments have reports on what's going on in your jurisdiction. However, they do healthcare in your area, and where I live, we do it by county. So I can look these up. I think you can even look these up by zip code now too. If you just dive in, there's someone to do. Okay, and then Wendell Callahan, who we're going to meet in a little bit, he's at the Catholic Institute of Mental Health Ministry, and he helped us to do a survey, just asking parishioners after Mass to fill out a form. And you guys are going to have that available to you. You can use it, this survey, in your own parishes as well. But we found that 44% of the people we surveyed, this was fall of 2019, like October, November, reported problems with anxiety, depression, irritability. Now that could be small problems, some problems in the last couple weeks. A third were feeling lonely or isolated, and fewer than half of parishioners would talk to their pastor or a deacon about a mental health problem. I don't think that fewer than half, if they had a broken arm or they recently got a cancer diagnosis, they wouldn't hesitate to reach out to a health ministry in their parish. But fewer than half would talk about their mental health problem. In church, yes, question.
I'm just curious, do you have any statistics about the number of parishioners that would speak to a parish nurse?
No, we haven't asked that question. That's a great question. And those parishes that are lucky enough to have a parish nurse are, some of the parish nurses are the best mental health ministers. They're awesome.
Now retired parish nurses.
Oh, okay, great. Very good, very good.
We have two right here.
And when you say retired parish nurses, that makes me think that they actually had employment as a parish nurse. They weren't a volunteer parish nurse.
No, and they're retired.
Yeah, that's wonderful. When a parish can do that, or a diocese makes that a priority, it makes a huge difference. Huge difference. Okay. Let's keep moving. Okay, so why is this? Another reason why this is important is that our faith and our mental health are intertwined. They affect each other. Right? If we start having a crisis of mental health, we have all kinds of questions like, why is this happening to me? Does God love me? Am I bad? Why is this happening to me? And also, our faith can be, and also a mental illness can make it difficult to access our faith. So when I am really depressed, it is hard for me to feel my faith, and to know that God is there. When I'm anxious, it's hard for me to have hope. But alternatively, our faith is such an important resource for us when we have a mental health problem. It can be, right? When we're loved and valued and welcomed into our faith with our mental illness. And we know that people in recovery need 4 things. They need healthcare, they need housing, but the other 2 things that they need are community and purpose. And who better to give us community and purpose than our parish communities, right? So with those 4 things, it's really hard to recover from substance abuse or mental illness without those 4 things. But if you have those 4 things, you're in much better shape. So our faith, we go to our faith when we have mental illness. It raises all kinds of questions of faith, but also our faith can be there to strengthen us. And our faith, the Catholic faith in particular, has thought a lot about suffering and anguish and being on the outside. Being on the margins, and we have a lot of teachings about that. So we have a lot that we can bring to this issue. Okay. Now, hopefully all day today you're going to hear, and I feel like we've done a good job so far to reduce stigma about mental illness. But stigma is definitely alive and well. I didn't realize how much I had. I think that the healthcare providers, we have even more than the general public in some ways. I don't know if it's, I have it about myself. I have it, as much as I don't want to have it, I will catch myself. Oh, that's stigma, right? And I encourage you to, when you can't do do this ministry alone. So we want you to be networked together, and that when you hear each other, I hope that you'll probably hear some stigma today. That's okay. I heard it actually last night when me and the deacons and deacon's wife, we all went out to dinner, and I heard one of us, we did say something. And I didn't say it at the time, because I know that but I'm just saying that we do that. Somebody, so it's okay to recognize it and notice it. Because the only way we can fight it is when we talk about it. Okay? So we have in our group in Orange County, we say, wait, I think I heard some stigma there. And it's okay, it's not judgmental, it's just something that we assume is there and that we try to help each other with. Okay. So some places to reduce stigma. Like I said, the bishop's letter, the California bishop's letter has a study guide you can use. This course is really wonderful, the sanctuary course, and we're gonna see a little bit about that later today. It's free. There's 8 sessions. They have videos, a workbook, a leader's guide. You can do it. It's a wonderful way to reduce stigma and raise awareness and educate people
About how much our faith does for us.
Oh, that's right. Just grab the other one.
Okay.
Go ahead, read.
Yeah.
Oh, we have them.
Okay. Yes.
There we go. Okay. Also, Deacon Tom Lambert and his wife Rita back there, they have been doing a 5-night series called Mental Illness with Grace. That is available on our website, the Association for Catholic Mental Health Ministers. It's another great way to launch a mental health ministry in your parish and to reduce stigma. Another one that I've seen that's really good, NAMI has the National Nights on Mental Illness, NAMI. They have a lot of courses that are really good. But one you can bring to your parish pretty easily is called In Our Own Voice, and they have a panel of speakers who come and talk about their own experiences with mental illness. And then I'm going to have 2 handouts that are in your packet. They're not in your packet. They're going to be on the internet, on the web. But one, there's an acronym to break down the walls of stigma. Where's my handout? WALL stands for, it's just an acronym. W is for watch your language. So we use person-first language. We don't call someone by their diagnosis. We say they're a person with. A is for ask questions, because there's lots of education out there. And when people, and then L is for learn. The second L is for listen. Consider asking someone about their experience with mental illness. And if you're considerate and respectful, they might share a lot of eye-opening things with you. And S is for speak up. I think that's the best. When we can all speak up about our own mental illness, that really lowers stigma, especially if it can be done from the pulpit when deacons or priests speak about it in their homilies. It makes a huge difference. It just opens things up so people can talk. Yes?
Can you just repeat what the W stood for?
Oh yeah, watch your language. It's for language, yeah. And then I had an intern, a public health intern, and she took it and she made a slide about breaking down the walls of stigma in our church. Yeah, we've covered it, but I just want you to know you'll have that slide too. And then the deacons have a series of helpful and unhelpful statements also that are, I think, useful, and I want you to know that you have those resources. So what I'm doing now is what we're going to be doing all day, which is we're going to touch a topic, but let you know that where the resources are. Does that make sense? Because we had so much we wanted to share. All right. Now, so people one skill that you're going to want to have as a mental health minister is some mental health literacy. And that's just basically being able to recognize signs and symptoms and knowing how to help somebody get to help. And there's a lot of, luckily now we have, there's lots of information, a lot of ways to learn about these things. But this acronym, ALGEE, is one that is used in mental health first aid. I think some of you guys have gotten trained to be mental health first aid trainers, right? Yeah, you have.
2 days ago.
All right. And I'm a mental health first aid trainer, and so is Deacon Ed. I don't know, Deacon Tom, are either of you guys know? No. I do youth, the course for youth, and there's also a course for teens now too. But what I have found in teaching mental health first aid is that we already know, everybody knows what the symptoms of mental illness are. We just think we don't know, or we're afraid. And stigma can make us more afraid. But really we do know. So tell me, how would you know if somebody you love may be suffering from a mental illness or a mental health challenge? What behaviors do you see?
Loss of interest in.
Yeah, loss of interest in things they used to do, right? Yep, good. Okay, what else? Isolate, yeah, they're not getting out and being social as much. Yeah. Irritability, right? Things that didn't bother them before really bother them now. Yeah.
Self-medicating.
Oh, self-medicating. Thank you so much for saying that. Yes. Yeah. And we use those words self-medicating, but they may not realize that that's what they're doing. But you may, as an outsider, or outside of them, or somebody might reach out to you and say, hey, I've noticed your drinking has gone up. And we know that drinking went up during COVID. We know that definitely increased. What other things?
Self-harm.
Self-harm, yeah. Sometimes they hide it. Seeing a kid wearing a sweatshirt in the middle of summer. So what's going on?
Strange thoughts.
Yeah, maybe some strange thoughts. Some thoughts of just
Hearing voices, seeing things.
hearing voices or seeing things. Yeah, more likely to be hearing voices than seeing things. Much more common, but yes, yeah. Or talking to somebody who's not there. Yeah. Yeah. So we know these signs and symptoms, and I don't want to downplay the importance of mental health literacy, but you can take a day-long course and your confidence will shoot up hugely in this area if you take mental health first aid. I feel like people at the beginning, it always surprises me, so I guess because I'm immersed in this world, how fearful people are and how hesitant they are. By the end of the day, they are not. It is an intense day, but it's very helpful. And because they will lead you through what to do if you think somebody is thinking about suicide. You ask the question, have you been thinking about killing yourself? Just ask. Yeah. Okay. So, and then there's another training also that's really good called psychological first aid. I think it's a little shorter in duration, and it is more for not mental health illnesses, but for crisis situations. So it is made to train people up really quickly, and so that we can assist one another when there's a crisis. And the website, NAMI has lots of good information about mental illness as well, for educating yourself. But keep going. How are we doing on time? Oh, not good.
5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. All right, so when we talk about mental health ministry, sometimes people get nervous. Sometimes in the hierarchy, people get nervous. They're worried about what are we going to do. And they want to make sure that we're talking about de-escalation. And so I will just say that, when you're de-escalating a situation, what do you do? I have the answers up there, but what do you, if somebody is upset, what's going to make it worse and what's going to make it better? What do you think? Just listen, yeah. Listening makes it better, right? What were you going to say?
Don't argue.
Don't argue, right. Yeah. So, go ahead. Sit. I like that. That's a good one, yes. Or I often will say, oh, I'm really thirsty. I'm going to get a glass of water. Would you like a glass of water? Just pick it up. Sit. So we stay calm. right? And you have to check yourself and know if you're not in a situation where you cannot be calm, you need to tag someone else in to be the de-escalator. Because not all of us can be calm all the time. And if your engine runs a little hot like mine does sometimes, like I'm much more slow to anger now, but I used to be quick to anger. Just growing up in an Italian family, I think you just go to it. But that taking crisis response training or de-escalation training is kind of fun. They teach you postures and ways to stand and all kinds of things. It's very helpful. But basically, you just need to be calm. You need to listen. You need to be aware of safety. Just if there's anything that's dangerous around, because that's the most important thing, is keeping everybody safe. So you may not be able to de-escalate, but you can keep yourself safe and everybody else around you as much as you can. You're going to use very simple language, one instruction at a time, if any instruction at all. But mostly you're going to be listening and offering options. Okay, looks like you could do this or you could do that. And you're going to respect the person's dignity, because one time in a training with family therapy, when I was learning family therapy, that I saw the guide say to the person, well, you're really angry, and I know people don't get angry for no reason whatsoever, so what's upsetting you? You know, that's true. People don't get angry for no reason. Everybody who gets angry has a reason. So let's treat them with dignity. And then once things calm down, you're going to want to follow up, circle back around with some support and some referrals. Okay. Now, much more likely, I haven't used my de-escalation skills, by the way, in the health ministry yet. Just want to let you know. I haven't had to, but people will want to know that you know that. But one skill that you might end up using is called LEAP. But I think there was a question. Did you have a question?
I was just going to add,
Yes, respecting your space. That's really important. Yeah, and when I say offering options, you want to make sure that they have an escape route. Yeah, you want to honor their space. Or I might ask them if they feel safe. How would you like to arrange the chairs? Let's sit down and talk. What feels good to you? How do you want to? Because they might want to sit side by side instead of facing. Yeah, good. Yeah, safety. Safety. When people feel safe, they calm down. When they don't feel safe, they escalate. Okay, but the skills that you're probably more likely to use on the de-escalation are LEAP skills. And this acronym was created by Dr. Xavier Amador, and he has a wonderful TED Talk in 16 minutes. I would recommend using it for a training for mental health ministers. But he explains that there are some mental illnesses that have a symptom where you are simply not aware of your mental health condition. It's not that, so I'll give you an example. One of my ministers called me and said, I don't know what to do, I'm trying to help this lady. Can you call her? And she had lost her housing, and it was clear that she was hoarding, she was having a lot of mental health issues that were impeding her to be able to keep her housing. But she did not think that she has a mental illness. I said, well, here's some resources I can give you. I don't have a mental illness, I just need housing. I don't think that's going to help me. And she wasn't being manipulative, she wasn't being argumentative. She truly did not have an awareness that her mental health condition was causing her difficulty in keeping her housing. And so that's anosognosia, and this book is about. I am not sick, I don't need help. I actually haven't read it, but I've heard that it's really good from lots of people. And I have seen people use this LEAP approach: listen, empathize, agree, and partner. I will go through it briefly, but it is worth your time. Also, the Amador Center now has videos for training these skills on their website. But it's basically, if somebody, so with that example, I'm listening to her and I'm trying to hear, you know, I heard she might need some mental health resources. She let me know that she didn't need that. What she needed was help with her housing. Would somebody go with her to her housing hearing? And empathize, you're really worried because you don't have, you need to move your stuff out of this house and it's full of things and you don't know how you're going to do it. So just listening and empathizing. A is for agree. I agree. It sounds like you're in a really difficult situation with your housing. You are needing to figure out how you can get this stuff cleaned out so you can keep your housing. I wonder what we can do about that. And partner. Let's figure this out together. Or are there other groups of people? Who do you have that helps you? Who can we get together to help you? Can I get a group of kids who are going through confirmation? I don't know, just whatever. Is there a group who can help with this? So, and in the case, and that was a housing issue. A lot of times it's more, the way Dr. Amador discovered this was because getting people to take their medication. Because they didn't need the medication because they don't have a mental illness, but they are having trouble sleeping. Okay, you're having trouble sleeping. Sounds like that's really bothering you. I do have some medication that can help you sleep. And that's that approach. And when families learn this, so I took the family class with NAMI last fall, and it helped me so much. Even though I'm a psychologist, it helped me. I learned things that I didn't know as a psychologist. So I really recommend, if you have a family member with mental illness, to take family to family. And I saw people learning to use this. People were very, families were very much in crisis about their loved ones. And when they were able to use this approach, it helped their family members so much more than them trying to tell them, you need to go to the doctor, you need to take your medication. Okay. I think I got through it, didn't I? Yes. Okay.
Take 5 minutes.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break and then we will start in with Dr. Kelly.
Thank you.
The next person's going to be. So I did the faster.
What's that? That's fine. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. When do we start?
I've been around in a circle like that.
Wendy knows how to. She's been doing training sessions.
Bring everybody back to the break. So I might take a little sit.
Oh, okay, sure.
What's that?
Oh, he's on. I can keep on. But you can see like I'm talking now where there's this feedback on one side. So if I mute it, people have the feedback, people will be able to hear us. So I'm trying to see what I can open. Set the microphone there. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we do. Well, we'll be able to hear him and see him with mine. Yeah, we were able to hear him. He couldn't hear us. It was choppy at first, and he couldn't hear us.
Jim, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us? Oh, hang on. Can you hear us, Wendell?
Now I can.
Maybe we just go with that. We're getting a little bit of feedback that we can see and hear you fine. I'll pull them up though. I'll pin them.
Are you getting any feedback from mine? Any echo or anything?
No, not zero. There.
And I have the whole campus myself.
And when Wendell's done, I can just well, I thought you were keeping long hours, Mark.
Can you see the room, Wendell?
I can see it just fine.
Okay. Well, I think our 5-minute break is over and we're ready to get started again. Marjorie's gonna take a break, so I'm gonna MC, so to speak, for the next couple minutes. So this session will be led by Dr. Wendell Callahan, who's a professor at the University of San Diego with psychology, but he's also directs the Catholic Institute for Mental Health Ministry, which has been up and running now, I think, for about 4 years, Wendell, 3 or 4 years.
I was thinking back, it's either 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, so we've been doing this for a few years, and he'll get into explaining a bit of what the Institute does. It's kind of the academic arm, if you will, of what we're trying to do with developmental health ministry within the church. So Wendell's been doing a lot of online video reading over the last year. He's becoming an expert in this. So I'll let Wendell go ahead and proceed with his presentation on what do we title it? We titled it Planning a Ministry Startup. So take it away, Wendell.
Thanks, Deacon Ed. I don't know how much of an expert I am, but I had to teach and do a lot of training in this format. So what do they say? Necessity is the mother of invention, right? So glad to be with you this morning. Like I said, I feel like I'm the only person on campus right now, which is great. So I'm broadcasting from University of San Diego. We're right sort of on the western side of San Diego, just a few, I don't know, maybe a mile and a half away from the SeaWorld, if you've been here before. So before I get started, let me start presenting these slides. And just a little bit about myself. I've been collaborating with Godwin and Deacon Ed, like we said, about 4 or 5 years to get the Institute started up, and then to really figure out a method for getting these ministries going in the parishes and then also at the diocesan level. So that's what kind of we do at the Institute, basically support, training, resources. I'm also a lay minister, so I've been active in my own parish, St. Bridget, which my wife and I have been members of St. Bridget Parish for about 30 years now. So we've been active in a number of ministries. She's a catechist, I was a scout leader, and then I kind of transitioned over into the mental health ministry and also the senior ministry, which actually, after the dead year, I'm going to senior ministry down at the church. So I'm sharing that because I think it's helpful to recruit folks from other ministries, right? We're going to talk a bit about that in a minute. But I'm going to go through some general sort of guidelines that we've come up with for how to get these things up and running. And this is based on our, basically field research. We went out and interviewed a bunch of folks in San Diego, and then put together that manual that I believe you have the PDF for, and then it's available. If you need hard copies, let me know. I can get it from the publishers much cheaper than what our press results will. And then
I'm just going to show the window what you're talking about. He's talking about this manual, the Catholic Mental Health Ministry Guidelines for Implementation. If many of you got this as a PDF? Okay.
Yeah, I think that, Ed, you distributed that PDF, right?
What's that window?
You gave him the PDF, right?
I think so, but they didn't see Marjorie or I, but if you...
Okay.
Right.
Is it this
So that's, if you want the reference for what we're talking about, it's all in there. Like I said, the PDF is free. If you need a hard copy, and I know some people like a bound book, we can get those.
Just to reassure everyone, if you don't have the PDF, let us know. We can certainly get you a PDF.
And I know Richard Parsons from Rockford, Illinois. Is he there today? Yeah, Richard ordered some, so I'm shipping him some copies. So my point is we put this thing together based on field work here in our diocese, and then since then we've been supporting implementation in 4 other dioceses, 3 in California and 1 in Rapid City, South Dakota. So a lot of what you're going to hear is based on folks' experience and also Deaconess's experience and my experience in these ministries. And I'm sure, Dad, I think you're doing the part of the liturgical pieces, right?
Actually, Tom Lambert.
That's even better. So Tom's another collaborator already. Spoke at a conference a few years ago. All right, so with that, let's get in. So, okay, the first, I would say probably the biggest factor in successful ministry is having your pastors and above that the bishop's support. Now, that, what I've found, is sort of a strategic problem. So, I'll give you an example. So this week, we had a meeting here in San Diego with different ministry leaders. And so we talked about this. How do we, and what we're trying to do in San Diego is basically restart ministries. So the ministries have been shut down during the pandemic. California has been pretty slow to reopen. And so our meeting on Tuesday was the first in-person meeting we've had since before the pandemic, so a year and a half ago. So now it's a process of getting these things rebooted. So it's almost like we're starting over, except we have people in place and we have a history of doing this. So one lay minister made, I think, very, very insightful suggestion, kind of laying out the plan for the pastor as opposed to just asking permission to start. And so that's what I mean about being strategic. So it's a different conversation to say, I have this plan, we're going to talk about our mission plan, and this is what I would like to do, and this is how I'm going to do it. And I think in many ways that's easier for a pastor to get behind rather than saying, I have this idea to do a ministry. And it's nebulous, right? It's not as defined as having it laid out. So if you're working at the diocesan level, then absolutely need the bishop's support. And so we, in our first 4 dioceses we required a letter of support from the bishop. And that sounds like a simple thing, but I'm sure Deacon Ed is to share with you, not every bishop is on board in this ministry. That's another issue, right? But I'm guessing since you're here, your bishops are supportive. So the plans, the next step is actually create a plan. What are your goals? Who's going to be involved? What are the resource requirements? Things like that. And then you need to recruit. And so recruitment is important because you need folks that are going to be comfortable getting in front of the parish, getting in front of the group of other ministers, making announcements after Mass, things like that. And that's really important. You also need planners. You need folks that are going to be able to help you create, and I would suggest a year-long plan. Right? What are you going to do for a year in terms of like monthly activities? And then you also need folks that enjoy helping set up and break things down. Like, somebody set your room up today. Somebody probably brought in coffee. Somebody probably brought in pastries and you're going to have lunch and all that. And there are, and I don't want to discount that because that's critically important for the success of the ministry. My kids went to a Lutheran school. I know Lutheranism is popular in your part of the country. And what I remember about being at St. Paul's was the events ran like clockwork because everybody pitched in to help set up and take down and clean. And I think we can learn something from Lutherans on that. It's a real sort of community event. It's sort of like a farm raising, right? And that's essential for these ministries. Somebody has to book the room, right? And if your parishes are like ours, there's competing interests. There's many other ministries that now, as we're opening back up, want space to hold events. So that recruitment, what you don't want is a team of leaders, right? And then nobody actually wants to do the work to get events going or get things in the bulletin or whatever your planned activities are. So then, once you have your team together, then you're going to do trainings like this. I believe Deacon Ed's recording this, is going to make this available, so that way, you don't have to go reinvent the wheel. So you can use these resources. Like I said, our manual is available for free in PDF form or very low cost in print. And there's other training. So I know Deacon Ed is a mental health first aid trainer. We're working with Archdiocese of Los Angeles. They're doing psychological first aid. And Deacon Ed and I know the association is talking about putting something together similar, but it's really targeted towards Catholic mental health ministries. So that kind of training is essential because we're going to talk about the toolkit for the end of this section. And you want this set of tools for your ministry team so they can do the work. And then the next thing we talk about is plan action. So this is part of the plan, but this is the detail, right? So what do you actually hope to achieve, right? And by when? So if you want to build out a year-long schedule of monthly events, what are those, right? What's going to happen? So we're now in October, and October is Depression, Mental Health Awareness Month. I believe it's also Disabilities Awareness Month and Domestic Violence Awareness Month. So those are all great topics. They're not great, right? But they're great topics for mental health ministry. So if you know you want to do something like that in October, what are the specific actions you can take? Is it going to be an educational event? Is it going to be a resource fair? Is it going to be a prayer service? Is it going to be something after a Mass in the evening? And when's it going to happen? And then likewise, what are you going to do in November? What are you going to do in December? And then on into the new year. I really like the idea of a monthly calendar. So you're doing something every month. The other planned actions include things like accompanying. Do you have people just listen to them. And how is that going to be on a rotating basis? Are people on call for that? Is that going to be one Saturday afternoon, twice a month, or once a month, twice a month? How are you going to work that out? And then this part's really important, and this is kind of where we are with our own ministry here at St. Bridget, at my parish. We're evaluating, adjusting, and improving. So we've lost members during the pandemic, and so we went from a team of about 5 before the pandemic, and we're down to really 3, 4 team members. And I am by far the youngest person on the team. So we're reaching out to the young adult ministry to get an infusion of sort of young blood into the team. Because I'm not planning on being, I've got, my plate is full. I'm happy to help out and do some of the accompaniment. But, I don't have time to lead the ministry. So we've had a couple of people step up in that role. So now it's going to be a matter of onboarding those folks. And they may have a different vision, right? Maybe they want to focus more on young adult issues, which is great. But that's the thing. It's not set in stone, right? So that evaluation adjustment process should be an ongoing thing. Not every meeting, right? But maybe a couple times a year you dedicate time to just reflect on what are we doing? Is this working? Do we need to change course? And like in our case, the pandemic just forced our hands. So we had folks that left the ministry because of their own mental health issues. And, I absolutely respect that because you got to take care of yourself to be effective in these ministries. And then we had folks that left the ministry because of just general health issues and they just could not be as active as they had been. Okay, what is the diocese role in this? So I can tell you what we've seen that really helps, and that is, one is supporting the network of ministries. So sitting at the parish can be kind of a lonely ministry, and it can be sort of isolated. When you're connected with, at San Diego, nominally we have 20 parishes or so that are active. In reality, we probably have 6 that are actually, I would say fully functional. But we definitely have people interested in this at 20% of parishes. So we periodically meet, and we have a deacon that heads that. He's that's his ministry. His title is Director of Mental Health Ministry, or something of that sort. He sits in the office of family life, and he keeps us together, right? So he brings us together periodically at the Pastoral Center, where now we're actually meeting up in parishes, which I think is a great idea, and connecting with each other. So that sounds like a simple thing, but it's a really significant source of support. The diocese is also a logical place to provide centralized training. So LA is doing this. So LA, everything's bigger now, right? It's an archdiocese. If we do an event in San Diego and we have 20 or 30 people participate, the same event in LA will draw 200. And so that's what LA is doing is they're running all the supports out of the Archdiocese Office for, I believe it's called Life, Peace, and Social Justice. And they have a fantastic young woman from Texas, Master of Divinity, that runs that office. And so her idea is to do sort of a top-down, bottom-up approach. So get people involved in the parishes to do this, but then also support them as much as possible with training opportunities. So she's put together a fantastic four-part training series that's running this fall to get their ministries up and running. The first one is just an overview of what is mental health ministry, what's the role of the lay minister. Second and third are on psychological first aid, and then the final one is basically implementing learners. But they run about 2 hours a session. They're on Zoom. Ideally, they should be in person. A LA's not fully open yet, so they're doing them on Zoom. And the Archdiocese is handling all the enrollments, all the organization, getting the speakers, getting resources together to do that. And it's not just for the laity, right? So on those Zoom calls, there are clergy, a number of deacons, by the way, because just like today. So we have probably 3 or 4 deacons in the room, and that's pretty typical. I think Ed can speak to why we think that is. And then also other representatives from, for example, Catholic Healthcare. So out here in the West Coast, we have Providence, which runs hospitals and things from LA north to Anchorage, Alaska. And so we have Providence representatives there. When we do things in San Diego, we often have the county mental health department sends representatives to that. So it's again, an extremely positive networking opportunity for folks that are interested in involved in ministry either directly or in sort of more supporting roles. The other tip I have learned from sort of experienced ministers is integrating mental health into your other diocesan ministries and calendars. So for example, if the Office of Family Life is doing an event that could be related to mental health, then insert the mental health ministry into that event. So we, at parish level, year before last, we did kind of a collaborative team-up event with our divorce ministry. So we have a very robust Catholic divorce ministry at our parish that was really developed by a young man who got divorced as a Catholic and realized that in San Diego there wasn't many resources for him because you don't get divorced as Catholics, even though they're Catholics, right? So he created this ministry, and he was doing a session. They were watching quickly, and so they wanted to do a kickoff event. So the diocese has a number of vetted therapists, right? We'll talk about that in a second. And so one of the therapists is a marriage and family counselor who specializes, she's Catholic and she's not divorced, who specializes in working with Catholics post-divorce, right? So she was our speaker. So that was the mental health piece of it. So we lined her up and organized that. And then afterwards, Lena, who runs the divorce ministry, talked about how the divorce ministry works and what the book series was going to involve. And so we had about 140 people there. And one of the and I'm sure any of you have done anything in church, one of the ways you gauge the sort of success and engagement of the event is how many people stay after the talk. And that one, I think we had to kick people out. So those, we typically run these events from 7 p.m. to about 8 p.m. And I think it was 9:15 and people were still chatting afterwards. And that's important. So, that fellowship aspect of the ministry is very, very important. The other thing, I mentioned the therapists. So the diocese is a great place to create a referral network for your therapist. Excuse me. So what we have in San Diego is, I think Dad mentioned a platform we see as eTherapy Finder. And what they would do was offer a platform for folks to do telehealth before everybody was doing telehealth. But they would also vet therapists for the diocese, for these ministries, and maintain a database of them. And so when I say vetting, they would check their licenses, make sure there's no actions against them. And then they go a step farther and actually run them through a legal background check. And so the reason you would want the diocese to do something like that is, out here in California, the boards are pretty separate. So what I mean by that is you have a psychology licensing board, you have a medical board that licenses psychiatrists and You have the nursing board that licenses nurse practitioners, and then you have the Board of Behavioral Sciences, which licenses your marriage counselors, licensed professional counselors, and clinical social workers, right? And so it's possible for a person to lose a license from one board and then get relicensed by another board, and it could go undetected. And so we had a couple of cases where that had happened. A fellow had lost his medical license, but then was able to get relicensed as a psychologist. And the reason he lost his medical license was pretty egregious. He was running group homes, basically halfway houses, and got in trouble for committing insurance fraud. And how he was able to, after losing his medical license for that, then get relicensed as a psychologist is really shocking, but he did. And this was recently. This was in, just the year before the pandemic. So that was detected on this background check. So looking at his license status, but then also running through a legal background check. So that, again, is something that's way outside the scope of a parish level ministry, but a diocese, might have the resources to do something. And then finally, I mentioned coordinating with other organizations and healthcare systems. So the diocese is connected, Catholic Charities, for example, is part of our diocese. So they can make those linkages there. The healthcare systems that are interested in this, we have not just county mental health locally, but we also have Sharp Healthcare, which runs our old Mercy Hospital. So they maintain contact with us at the diocesan level. And then, like I mentioned, up in LA is connected to Providence Healthcare, which is they operate the St. Joseph's hospitals and other Catholic hospitals. Okay. So I know you're going to spend more time about what the role of the pastor is in terms of how to infuse this into parish life and the mass and things like that. But one role of your pastor, sort of in direct ministry, is to promote the ministry. And so we will give our pastor sample homilies or text for prayers of the faithful to highlight mental health topics, right? And then, as you're putting your team together and asking your pastor to participate in that team selection process is really, really important. So, when our team came together and decided we need to infuse more young people in the team, we ran that by our pastors to make sure he was on board with it, which he, of course, was. Again, announcing events or allowing announcements at Mass is really important because you have literally a captive audience right there. So I think we get a lot of folks that will come to events, not because they've seen them in any of the promotional materials or the bulletin, but because they hear about the event at Mass. And then, keeping your pastor in the loop with what's happening with the ministry. Occasionally, we will have sort of issues that come up where we need the pastor to intervene. For an example, we had a young man contact our ministry at the Parish in San Diego, and he wanted exorcism. It was more because of part of his delusional thinking, and so obviously that's way outside the scope of the mental health ministry. So we contacted the pastor, we met with them and spoke to them, and then we basically, he worked with them, and then we accompanied them together for treatment and then continued support. So, yeah, and in that kind of a situation, everybody has their role. So it's really critically important for the pastor to be involved in that. but then also that parishioner needs to know that there's other supports available at the parish. And we're not there to cure, right? We're just there to support him and make sure he feels included in the parish life, essentially. And that's kind of that comes up at every training. And it's this sense as a lay minister, I don't feel authorized to do this. I have no background in psychology, I have no background in medicine, counseling, whatever. And that's not the point, right? The point is just to be with them, provide these resources, help educate the parishioners. Because what we're really trying to do is make the community more inclusive, right? Make the church more welcome. And that's a lot. I mean, so you don't leave the treatment to the professionals. I mean, when I'm operating as a lay minister, I hang my shingle up, put it away. Right? I'm not there as Dr. Callahan, a psychologist. I'm there as a member of the parish. I'm just there to help. That's it. Okay, let's get into some of the nuts and bolts of the plan. So, when you're starting up, I've always found it helpful to do a survey. One, it helps you identify needs, right? Like I said, there's a particular unique aspect to the parish. For example, if we have a large military community, military housing home near our parish, and so periodically we'll do events focused at military families, how to support that, especially after the deployments. So that's unique to Sanford, right? So a survey can help you with that. I've posted a link here, and I think you're going to get the slides. And then I'll also put it in the chat to a survey we have that we developed, and it's free to use. Feel free to put it in SurveyMonkey or Google Docs or Google Forms, whatever you want to do. But we've used it with some of the dioceses we're supporting, and it works fairly well to get you sort of a baseline level of where you are to start it. And then we designed it to be administered periodically, so then you follow it up in a year, see where you are after you've been at it for a while. So if you're just starting, again, I think that's a good idea to get a sort of a pulse check of what's needed in the diocese of the parish. The other thing we're starting with, so mental illness with grace is one. Sanctuary for Catholics is an organization that provides resources and training. And so those are, and again, like I said, right now we're in that period in October where this is a mental health awareness month. There's another one in May. So those are kind of logical places to kind of roll things out, or logical times of year, I should say. The other thing, in terms of resources, we kind of touched on this, is really tapping into the talents of the parishioners across the different roles you need for the ministry. So, again, you don't want to end up with a ministry team that is vegetable leaders, right? And all have their idea of how things should be done. You want a couple of folks that are sort of in that leadership role, and it's mainly organizing, honestly. And then you want to have folks that can pick up some of the technical things, like making sure you have space, making sure you have your room reserved. A regular meeting time for the ministry team is really important. Because if you don't have one scheduled, one reserved, it's not going to happen. Because everybody's busy, and it's going to be catch as catch can, trying to figure out when you can all get together. So, that's a real basic component. It's just you have regular time and space to bring your team together. And I would say initially it's at least once a month, if not twice a month, to get the thing planned and organized and launched. Who are your community partners? Right? So we are fortunate that we have linkages to county mental health, and invariably they're all of our diocesan events. So that's really important because they share what's happening in terms of county services. So the county in San Diego County just launched person who, and it's really geared more towards severe mental illness, so a person who is experiencing thought disorder, psychosis, maybe even bipolar, they can come into this clinic, get evaluated, see a nurse, see a psychiatrist, and get on medications all in about a 2-hour period in one sitting. And that's fantastic because it's very difficult to get a psychiatrist just because of the wait list. And so they can't even come in and establish these throughout the city. So there's one in the west part of the city, one in the metro, and then I think east and north, and then a couple in the south. So that's a new development. I wasn't aware of it, and it's very, very, very well. You also have healthcare professionals, probably in your parish, which are excellent resources for speakers, right? So maybe you have, throughout our diocese, the parishioners are aging. I don't know if that's an issue in the Midwest, but we're a very great parish for example. So dementia is an issue, right? And early Alzheimer's disease detection, things like that. So maybe if you have a neurologist in the parish, we don't have that person come in and do a presentation on that. They're not necessarily going to be part of the ministry, but they're definitely a resource to your ministry. So identifying your local resources is very, very important. And like I said earlier, you want to connect with your related ministries. So we'll talk ministry, the healing prayer ministry, and the senior ministry. And they're all pretty closely related. There's also a lot of overlap in membership. So I participate in mental health and senior ministry, which we also call home ministry. It's really geared towards ministering to folks that are older and have lost some mobility, so they can't get around as much, and make sure they're visited, they're getting meals, and receive communion on Sunday. But there's obvious crossover. The healing ministry is open to any need for healing, and they run prayer groups. I think every other Sunday after Diocese. So then a mission enforcement ministry. So figure out what ministries are already in place that you can connect with the parishes. And then the leaders of these other ministries typically have been in place for a while. So our healing prayer ministry, for example, it's a couple that leads that, and they've been doing that as long as I've been at St. Bridget, so at least 20, 25 years. And then finally, parish staff are very critical to supporting the ministry. They're the ones that open the doors, literally, get you the rooms. They're on campus typically, so if somebody presents to the campus, they can contact whoever is on call, for example, in the ministry, wherever can help them get an appointment or set up a time for prayer or whatever. So, for example, the meeting we had Tuesday night at our parish, we had our parish business managers there. Because a lot of the stuff ends up going to her, right? We have a pastoral minister. She's the wife of one of the deacons. She was there. She runs it's a Stevens type ministry. And then we also have one of the, I guess she's the church secretary, who was also there. She also deals with the folks in the community that come into the parish office seeking assistance. So it's great to have them there, because then they see who's administrative, see what we're doing, and it makes our work much easier. Okay, the Ministry Toolkit. So everything I've been talking about, you can break down into resources for training. Right? So this is either of us. So we have our manual available. Deacon Ed and Bishop John edited a wonderful volume anybody involved in ministry, and you're all leaders who's involved in ministry, it's a good resource for it. The prayer cards, and I know, I think people have different sort of opinions on devotions to saints. I find them very helpful because they're accessible to folks. And sometimes folks are surprised to hear that there are saints that are patrons for mental illness related issues. So St. Diphna is our patron for the Institute. Probably is the best known saint associated with mental illness. But there's also Joseph Walker, for example. There's St. Christina Raffles. And when they hear these stories, it's sort of a different way to engage in this, on the topic of mental health. And so, putting my psychologist hat on and my teacher hat, it's starting that conversation. And so that's how we reduce stigma around the topic, is getting folks to talk about it. So we do, one of the events we do is a devotional prayer service. And so we talk about these different saints and their stories, which I find them fascinating because they're, I'm kind of a history buff, so they come out of a lot of the very early history of the church that I find fascinating. And the stories are, probably legend, but that's fine. And the point is, they're part of that church, right? So we talk about the saints, we present the different devotional prayers, and then we pray. So we organize the folks in groups, much like you are right now. Yours is 5 or 6, and then pray the devotional, and then reflect on it and discuss it. And it's a great evening. I mean, that's again one of our more highly attended events. And again, I think it helps normalize the conversation around mental illness, because invariably what happens in those groups is folks are talking about their own story, or many times their relative or a child or a spouse who they're praying for. We talked about the description of team roles and responsibilities, right? It's a good idea to get that on a sheet of paper, right? So, what is the ministry lead? What is the sort of facilities planner? And on down the line. Who's going to be available for company, right? To pray with folks, or just sit with them, or maybe even accompany them to medical appointments. So getting all that sort of delineated is helpful. And then finally, planned events, that is really the backbone of the ministry. It's how you elevate the ministry, visibility of the ministry. It brings people together, it starts these conversations, it creates that fellowship around the topic. And I believe that's essentially how you create a more inclusive community, right? By bringing people together around these topics, learning together, discussing, reflecting, and connecting. The other piece about the planned events, there's one parish in particular here, Our Lady of Mount Carmel in Florida City, that is really good about setting up tables after Mass. And they do this twice a month after every Mass. And it's a big parish. In fact, it was Bishop John's parish. He was the pastor. So they have a history of sort of being oriented towards mental health issues. Part of Bishop John's legacy when he was Pastor John. But I think that's a really smart activity. It's a simple thing to set a table out for after Mass, have your prayer cards available, have your ministry calendar available, have brochures about mental health. It's covered depression, brain smoke. We have a brochure about depression from the county health department. They also, I think they have suites for the kids, and they have a banner, right? So they have a grade put over the table that identifies who they are. And so what it does, it raises the visibility of the ministry. So folks leave Mass, they see the table over there, and one of the things that the ministry member told me is maybe they don't come over and talk to folks at the table the first Sunday, right? But then the second Sunday, they come over, maybe they pick up a pamphlet, right? And for some folks, and I think this is just part of our Catholic nature, it takes time, right? So then maybe by the next month, the third time they've seen, the table will come over and actually talk to them and make contact, and then, ask for a referral or attend an event or whatever. But again, that's that visibility piece. If you build the ministry and sit back and wait for people to come to you, that doesn't always work very well. If you build the ministry and then make the ministry visible, put it out there with your events, but also with these much smaller moves like having a table out in Mass, which is a simple thing, right? But it's a little complicated because you've got to organize folks and have people commit to doing that. I remember as a scout leader, that's how we sold popcorn. And that makes for a very long weekend. We had, at that time, we had a Saturday evening Mass at St. Bridget, and then 3 morning Masses, a new Mass, and a Sunday evening Mass. So that was a commitment to me. So I think it's worth it. I think it's a good idea, and I think it's one of those simple things that elevates the visibility of the ministry. And then finally is that networking piece that we're depicting here. So this is your ongoing training support. New materials coming. For example, Deacon Ed's working on getting something together through the association to support ministry training. So that's going to be coming up. So staying connected with the association, staying connected with your diocesan network, or I think there's several dioceses that are here today, so staying connected as a regional is a really, really good idea. Okay. So today we're using technology to do this. That's the video conferencing technology is important to be able to put it in service to your ministry. It's like I said, it's been a necessity over the past year and a half. It's not ideal, but when you can't get together, then this is a great proxy for meeting in person. We use shared drives, so I'm a big Google Drive user, so it's as long as you all have Google accounts, it's a great way to share resources without having to email things back and forth. You set up a shared drive in Google, you can put your schedules, your ministry plans, all that into one drive and share very, very easily. It does require a Google account, so that's something to consider. The Google email account is free, so and you can, I don't know what the basic drive size is up to now, but I doubt you're going to fill the free drive up. The other thing we use at the Institute, and mainly because so my quote-unquote staff at the Institute are graduate assistants, so there tend to be 20-somethings. So we got involved with social media. And that has really been a great way to push this message out to, I would say, folks that are under 30. And so what we do with that is we have an Instagram page, we have a Twitter feed. We don't really do Snapchat so much, but I would say those are the 3. Instagram and Snapchat are probably the 2 primary social media platforms used by folks that are under 30. And then Twitter is problematic for other reasons, but we use that just to advertise what we're doing on Instagram primarily. So what we do with that is we'll do these Friday Instagram lives, and they're something like what we're doing now, but it's a live feed. So like we have one coming up where we're going to have the head of campus ministry talk with so campus ministry is probably in his 30s, and then Priscilla is one of our guiding students in the 20s. So they're going to have a conversation about how campus ministry supports mental health for the student body, within a campus. So that, and we do that Friday early evening, so about Friday, 5 p.m., 5:30 p.m. And we're trying to catch that period before the students go out and party, right? So we want to get them, Friday's over, it's right around the time they'd be probably having dinner or getting ready to go out. And so, and we've been pretty successful with that. So that's just an example of how we're using it at the Institute. But, maybe you have a high school that's associated with the diocese or the parish. You can connect with the ministry on campus to do something like this. And what's cool about it is, like, I've kind of released that to our guiding assistants, and they've taken up all one with it. So when I was doing it, we had 25 followers on our Institute page for Instagram, and now they've got it up to, I think we're approaching 200 followers. And it's also another way to connect with the diocese. So the diocese has several Instagram pages, so we connect with them, and then we can promote each other's content. If you want to hit a younger audience, that is a more effective way of using the website. So the website's important, especially if you want to post events for the parish and diocese. But if you really want to target younger parishioners or students, the social media works well. And then other items. There's other platforms coming online all the time. Archdiocese of San Francisco is using a platform called Sister Hope, and it's an artificial intelligence chatbot. And so it's free. I believe they might be paying a licensing fee, but they share it freely. And it's a chat feature where you can talk to it, right? So you register for it, and then Sister Hope is it's designed to support mental health within a Catholic context. So it has scriptural references and things like that. And it's pretty sophisticated. So I've been playing with it for about 6 months, and if I don't interact with it, it will actually text me to check in. So that's, if you're working with folks that are isolated or that you get into events, technology like that can be very, very useful. Obviously, it doesn't replace human contact, but it definitely helps leverage what you're doing. Okay, there are several Catholic organizations supporting this work. We're one of them, the University here in San Diego. And these are all hyperlinks, so you can link to our websites. Deacon Ed has established the Association of Catholic Mental Health Ministers, which I think is fantastic. And the National Catholic Partnership on Disabilities also has materials and content on mental health. And I believe Deacon Ed sits on that board. And then there's also Sanctuary Mental Health. So, these are places to go and get resources for your ministries, find out what's happening in this sector, and just, like I said, stay current. Okay, so one of the things I want to talk about before we wrap up is what are some of the legal and ethical issues in the ministry? And so this comes up every time we train a leader. And the first thing is you really need to establish what is the role of lay ministers in your diocese. So in San Diego, when the ministries were first conceived of, this was before my time, the diocesan attorney put out a memo basically saying, this is similar to other lay ministries, and as long as folks are operating within the scope of what a lay ministry does, then there shouldn't be any liability issues with the diocese. Indeed, they would be covered by the diocesan liability insurance. And so the big, the big caveat there is as long as they're operating within the scope. And so that scope is basically not pretending to be a therapist, right? And complying with the protection guidelines and all the other standards for conduct for lay ministers in the diocese. So that's your starting point. So figure out what is the general role of lay ministers, and then make sure you're orienting people that are moving into the mental health ministry that this is the lane you stay in. The other thing is training and vetting the lay ministers in the parish. So, like I said, there's roles for everybody, but the folks that are going to be doing accompaniment and actually having more contact with people that are coming in for help, for assistance, or just to have somebody with them, those roles probably require a little bit more vetting. Certainly those are the folks who want to make sure they have the mental health first aid or psychological first aid. Privacy and confidentiality is something that probably doesn't really exist within the ministry. So in California, the lay ministers do not have rights to confidentiality. Clergy do. And so I think that's something that we have an agreement sort of that we do not, that what the parishioners share with us is private and confidential. But in the case of a legal action, we understand that probably will not hold up. So the other thing you need to be aware of is what are your mandated reporting laws in your jurisdiction. So those vary state by state. In California, they're very strict. So, basically anybody that has contact with youth or protected categories of adults is a mandated reporter. In California, it's children under 18, it's dependent adults, and it's seniors. So if you hear any, and it's a very low threshold, just reasonable suspicion of abuse, then those would need to be reported. So again, that's California. So you need to be aware of what those responsibilities are for your state or your jurisdiction. And then finally, historical trauma is a huge issue right now in the church. And so you need to figure out how is your diocese dealing with this. So in San Diego, we have an internal reporting and support mechanism for that. So if somebody comes in and reports a history of, for example, clergy sexual abuse, then there's a dedicated office, there's a hotline to report that to the diocese and give that person the treatment they need. So, this stuff is important, and it's essential that you consider these things and you have sort of plans in place to deal with this. Honestly, it doesn't come up that much. So we've had maybe one or two of these in the years I've been involved with the ministry at the parish. But again, what you don't want to do is kind of gloss over this and then be in a situation where there is an ethical or legal issue and you really don't have the process in place to deal with it. So spend some time on the front end, work these issues out, especially get these clarified with the diocese and see what their policies are, and then move that forward. And the other thing that, the thing about role and liability, that varies diocese by diocese. So, we're fortunate in San Diego that the diocese has made the decision that yes, lay ministry does fall within the scope of what we provide liability insurance for. But that's not true of every diocese. So that's something you want to definitely work out and get that articulated before you get started. Okay, that moves us to the parish plan. So you want to, and this is the format for the written plan. So if you receive funding from the association, this is essentially the application we use for that. So you want to describe the organization, right? And I would encourage you to do this even if you're not seeking funding, because it's a helpful document. And I'll tell you what, one is to present to your pastors, to your bishops, but then it's also helpful to orient your team, right? You want your team to be on the same page. And having a plan, a written plan, is one way to do that. You don't want a bunch of folks coming together and everybody doing their own thing, right? So this will, again, help keep people on the same page and help you implement the ministry. It's very difficult to implement a disorganized ministry. It's a lot easier to implement something where folks know what, as a collectively, what's trying to be accomplished. So describing the organization, explaining if this is brand new, right, or if you're expanding existing ministry, that's helpful. And then describe the setting, right? Where is this going to happen? Is this primarily going to occur on the church campus, or is this going to occur elsewhere? For example, if you have a parish school and you're really going to focus it on children and youth, then you want to describe that. And then, what if there are restrictions in place, and I don't know what the rest is for pandemic restrictions, but you want to describe how those are going to interact with the plan. Consider funding requests. I mean, it's always nice to have a little bit of money. So, two things on that. It's nice to have a little bit of money to buy snacks and drinks and things like that. And maybe once a year have like a nice catering event for your ministry team. But it's not essential. I mean, you can get by with volunteerism. And the other thing I think that isn't essential is and this is my bias, right? So this is Wendell's thing. I think this should be a volunteer ministry. The idea of paying people to do this just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. So now, I'm talking about the parish level. At the diocesan level, we're blessed that we have a deacon who the Bishop John said, this is going to be your ministry, right? So that is fantastic. In the absence of a deacon, it would make sense to have a paid person at the diocesan level whose job is to organize, right, and help support this activity in the diocese. At the parish level, again, my bias is against members, and I really like that this is a volunteer ministry, essentially. Think about how you're going to evaluate it. Right, so is that going to be periodic surveys? Is that going to be keeping track of attendance at your events? Is that going to be focus groups? However you want to do that, but just be thinking about how you're going to evaluate this, really to determine if you're on track. Right? If you put together a whole year's worth of activities and you're expecting 20, 30 people at each event, and you have 4 and 5, then you need to pull back and reflect on that and say, okay, what's happening here? Whereas if you put your calendar out there and your events are double what you anticipated, then that's also going to require some evaluation. It's a good type of evaluation problem to have. And you got to figure out how do we address this need. And my sense is right now, if you're launching, you're going to have a lot of interest in the ministry. And then finally, how are you going to get supports, right? So you want a letter of support from your bishop, you want a letter of support from your pastor. How do you accomplish that? And then, we have turnover. So there's several parishes we work with where they have new pastors. So how do you orient the new pastor to this and get them on board as well? Okay, I've talked for a while here, so let's pause here. And I don't know how is this going to happen in your ministry, who you're going to connect with, and then also what additional learning do you need beyond this. This is just a high-level orientation to this, and now when you move out, you're back in your diocese and parish, what else do you need? So, Ed, how are we doing on time? So we're about 10 minutes past.
Yeah.
Or Deacon Jim, are you still there?
I'm
Yep.
here. Are you here?
Yeah, we're about 10 minutes past.
It is time, okay. Yeah, so why don't we, definitely everybody, right now, we're gonna put you back in your parish commission in a minute. But for now, just take a minute to just brainstorm on these three. I'll give you actually 2 minutes. I'm gonna time it, okay? So definitely give it your best for 2 minutes, and then you can, and then we'll continue this discussion coming up with our parishes in the next section instead of take 2 minutes to reflect on these questions.
So Wendell, they're just getting their marks in order to reflect on the questions for about just a couple minutes.
Brainstorm.
Then we'll do Q&A after that.
That sounds good. We're gonna take, you guys, we're gonna take 2 minutes to brainstorm on this, and then we're gonna do Q&A. So please jot down your ideas to these 3 questions. Yeah. Yes. Oh, sorry. Take those questions right here. Take a moment to brainstorm and answers to these 3 questions. And then, I have a question.
I didn't hear any of the video, so I don't see how I can why I came here today.
Yeah.
It's really, this stuff is so
I'm sorry, it's very frustrating.
Whenever somebody's speaking up in front, they need to have that on, that's the only way I can hear
But what if they put that, his device on the speaker and the speaker connected to the
Yeah, that's what I don't have my laptop. I thought I just,
Okay. How are you guys doing? You got questions 2 or 3 or not? All right. Okay. So let's take a moment to do question and answers with Dr. Callahan.
So Wendell, can you hear us? All right. So we open this up for anybody who has any questions. Again, thinking about these three questions. In your parishes, primarily, how will you implement this ministry? With whom will you connect? What partners do you need to make this ministry as effective as possible? And what additional learning will you seek? So anybody has any ideas, and I'm just going to repeat it so that we can make sure that Wendell can hear us. And he can join in as well. other thing I'll offer, and I do think it's even in the guidelines from the Association for Establishing a Parish-Based Ministry, is consider at least one, and possibly all the people who are involved, be trained in mental health first aid. And we can offer that through the diocese. We can offer that through the diocese. For free. For free.
Will you repeat what you just said?
So if you're considering a ministry like this in the parish, consider having at least one person, and perhaps all over time, become certified in mental health first aid. It's a program that's a wonderful program. Think like what CPR is to heart health and things like that. That's kind of what mental health first aid is to mental health. It's a one-day training.
My question, I missed most of this, but my question just now what I'm touching is something like this could be done through the whole diocese? I mean, in other words, instead of just having each parish and going with their own, started off with something diocesan-wide.
Well, that's kind of what we're doing
all the
today.
parish be able to come together for this.
Yeah, and Deacon Ed will be able to talk about that. Wendell, the question was, what about not just at the parish level, but can it be started diocesan-wide first, and then kind of make its way up to the parishes?
So that's kind of what San Diego did historically. And what I can tell you happened is some parishes really took it to heart, hit the ground running, and other parishes kind of held back and waited for instructions from the diocese. And so then what we ended up with is this very uneven implementation across the diocese. So, and to this day, so we have, like I said, Our Lady of Mount Carmel, which is very, very, very robust, right? They've been at it for a while. But they started early, so as soon as they got kind of the green light from the diocese, they went for it and did it. And then others kind of waited for the diocese to kind of roll things out little by little. And so you can do that, but just that's been the experience in San Diego. Is that not every parish will jump at the opportunity.
So, Linda, you had a question?
Yeah, I guess what my question is that, okay, we've got rural and we've got urban parishes in the Diocese of Madison. The problem is that some of the parishes are smaller than others, and some are spread out. So how is a layman or somebody in the ministry supposed to start this ministry when you're so spread out? I mean, you're right, the comment made about having the diocese started at the top and then give them guidelines is good. But, I mean, it is very hard to think about starting something when, if you're expecting somebody to be on call full time, that's not going to work in some of these smaller parishes.
Did you get that, Wendell?
So, if I understood it correctly, what about smaller sort of, I'm guessing remote parishes that maybe don't have all the resources some of the larger parishes? How would they get this started and organize this? When it may be, some of these places maybe one or two people. Is that the gist of it?
And just, Wendell, especially the Diocese of Madison is a very large geographic area where to go from one corner to the other can be truly, it's over a 3-hour drive. And although people think Madison is an urban area, most of our diocese is very rural, very rural.
So we had a similar issue in San Diego. Most of our diocese is metropolitan or suburban, right? But we do extend out into southeastern Southern California, which is the Imperial Valley, which is basically a farming area. And so they really struggled to get this up and running, I think for the reasons you're describing. So I don't have a solution to that, but for some of the smaller parishes, in San Diego, what we're doing is having a partner with established ministries. And so I don't know if that's feasible in Madison, but that's one way to do it. So if you have, let's say, a larger parish that is, getting up and running, you can bring along the smaller parish to work with them. So we're actually doing that at St. Bridget's. Our mental health ministry has been running longer. So we have a smaller parish in a community called Paramount, which is about 3 or 4 miles from us. And it's just 1 or 2 ministry members there. So they're actually going to start meeting with us to plan co-hosted events. Right? The other advantage to that, and I forgot to mention this, is I don't know if this is just a California thing or if this is going to be an issue in the upper Midwest, but we have folks that don't want to attend a mental health event in their parish, right? Because they're concerned about their friends or their other parishioners seeing them going to a mental health event. So what we do is when we have something going on in St. Bridget, and many of the dioceses do this, we advertise it in the neighboring parishes' newsletters. So that way, if that person doesn't want to attend an event in their home parish, they can go to an event in a more remote parish where nobody knows them. So that's unfortunate, but that's just, that's something we deal with in the city. So there's that added benefit. If you have these outlying parishes, partnering with maybe a larger parish sort of gives you that advantage as well, where you can advertise this event. If people are concerned about being recognized that kind takes care of it.
Any other questions or comments? Over here. From our friends from Hawaii.
So when you talked about having that list of vetted mental health professionals that were vetted by the diocese, how did you go about finding them?
Did you get that, Wendell?
I can answer that question.
I heard mental health professional and finance.
Exactly. How do you, when you mentioned before that you vet some of the volunteers, is it basically?
No, there's the list of vetted
mental
health professionals
the
by the diocese.
And Marjorie, so the question, Wendell, you can't, but Marjorie knows, is how does a person in the pew get to the list of the vetted?
No, how does the diocese find people to vet?
How does the diocese find the actual people to vet? Was that primarily for like the counselors?
Yes, there was a mention of like a diocese.
This is something we're going to cover later on.
Okay.
So, and I also have handouts for you and sample bulletin ads and things like that. Okay.
I also think, Jim, that's going to be something unique to your region, because out here you can't swing and get cat any therapists. So
Yeah.
Really not an issue here, but
We'd like to have that problem.
I think maybe we should take a break.
Yes. So I think we'll take a break now. How long do you think?
5 minutes.
5 minutes or so. We'll take a little break, and then we'll come back. I think it's Deacon Tom. Is he coming up next?
Yes.
All right. So Wendell, thank you very much for joining us from sunny California. Thank you. All right, 5 minutes, folks. 5 minutes.
I know we've lost a little time, so what we're going to do, how we're going to do this next section. There's a talk in the beginning and then an activity. We're going to do the activity during our lunch. So when we break for the next activity, we're gonna move into our groups again. So yes, we'll be moving into our groups again to do that activity. Okay. I think we're ready then. So this is Deacon Tom Gifford from the Archdiocese of Chicago.
And he brought his fan club.
And I brought my own fan club with me. All right, well, it's very good to be with you, and this is just a great opportunity to talk among one another and develop ideas. I've made some notes because of things that have been said and what's going on this morning. And so I would like to give a couple of comments from my perspective on mental health ministry and parish and so on. But first, let me begin by saying that Rita and I, my wife Rita, is a spiritual director, and we have been doing mental health ministry for, well, since 1979, 1980, when we really started getting into it, because our oldest daughter, we have 4 daughters, our oldest daughter has a mental illness. And at that time, when she first started showing signs, we went to the church. That was the first stop. We went to our pastor, and there wasn't much help. For a lot of different reasons, but it just wasn't helpful. So we went to NAMI, quite honestly, and that's where we got a lot of help from the National Alliance on Mental Illness, because we met people who were going through the same thing. And when we looked to the church in the big, broader perspective, there wasn't anything there either. And as I was anyway going through, speak for myself, I was going through these issues very early on with our daughter. It was very frustrating. There was a lot of anger. And I thought there was one of 2 ways I could go. I could let that anger eat away at me, or I could turn it into advocacy. And so that's what Rita and I have been doing over the past 30 years with NAMI, and then the last 20 years mostly with the church. And that has been a wonderful experience for us. I don't have a mental health background. I always say that the letters after my name are DAD. So I'm David. And that's what I bring to the table, along with my faith experience, and I'm deacon, of course. One of the other things that I heard a long time ago was that somebody called someone naive, and the person said, well, I look at that as a gift, because if you're naive, you don't see all the ways you can't do anything. And then you go out and do things. And I think that's very important. Anybody can tell us 5, 10 different ways of why that won't work. Well, try it. Maybe it will work. And if it doesn't, try something else. So we go into this ministry doing the best we can. And in many times, relating to what you were saying about, rural ministry versus, wherever, I think we start with this idea that we are there to help people. I always say sometimes we make religion, really complicated. And Christ said, love God, love your neighbor. Those are the 2 things. And I think that's very important for what we do, is we love one another. So, for us, it started out, again, 30 years ago, but 20 years ago, I retired and we moved into the city of Chicago, and we were in a parish where right in our area was a variety of cultures, a variety of lifestyles, income levels, and really just a wonderful, wonderful parish. There were a lot of street people who had mental illnesses, and there were a lot of people in the parish itself who dealt with mental illness. And when we got there, the first meeting we had as staff, I was a deacon, so I was on staff, and Rita, as spiritual director, she was hired by the parish to be a spiritual director. And first meeting, people talked about the crazies on the street. And so Rita said, no, we don't refer to people as crazies. They are people who have dignity, they are people who have an illness. And then next month we had another staff meeting, and somebody talked about the crazies. And Rita said, no, that's not how we refer to people. We refer to them, they are people with dignity, and they are people with value. The third month, we had a staff meeting, somebody started to say crazy, stopped, looked at Rita and said, what's the right words we should use? So I think, again, it's an education. This is the staff at the parish. They're not mean people. They just didn't think about it. And it takes, the thought to put into it. We talk about language, people with the mental illness, not the mentally ill. And that took time for me to learn, you got to think, well, I've always referred to, the mentally ill, or I've always referred to somehow an illness first instead of the person first. And the person first, it's not being politically correct, it's the person first because they have value and they have dignity. So I would like to start with a story that encapsulates for me what meaning of infusing into a parish mental health ministry. And it was shortly after those staff meetings, I told the person who answered the door, because a lot of times they wouldn't answer the door if somebody came to the door in the ministry center, and they would say, nobody's here, or we can't help you. And I said, when somebody comes to the door, get me, and I'll help them. So the first, well, not the first, but one time someone came to the door, it was a young woman who knocked on the door, and they got me, and she said she wanted to talk to somebody about her mental health. And they got me, and she said, I don't know if you know anything about mental illness. And of course, I've been president of NAMI and everything. So I said, well, I do know a little bit. And she said she was pregnant, and she had schizophrenia, she had severe anxiety, and she was seeing a psychiatrist, she was seeing a therapist, but she wanted something more. She wanted to know, where was God in all this? Does God love me? Does God care for me? Have I done something wrong? And I assured her no. And she was, because she was pregnant, she was on a lot of medication, she said that she wasn't sure she could even have the baby. And I said, I'm not a doctor, but I know, there are medications you can be on that I have heard that would not be harmful. Ask your doctor, ask your psychiatrist, what can you do? And so I met with her weekly over a number of months, and she always would come in with this list of questions, and we'd go over them, and we had just a very good discussion. And then she had the baby. She didn't know any Catholics, so she asked me to get the godparent and the godfather of the child. And then she said, she had a lot of anxiety, so she went from being a person who was pregnant to being a mom. And so I said, well, Rita is a mother. We have 9 grandkids. Why don't you talk to her? And so then Rita started meeting with her. And we're still meeting with her. She moved away, so we don't meet as frequently. But the point of the story is that because we were willing to answer the door and meet with her regularly, and then find a way in transitioning from a person who was struggling with faith issues to now she's a mom, we found a way to accompany her through that whole process. And that's really what this is about, is accompanying people with our faith. So what do we bring to the table? We may not be, have a background in psychology or whatever that, but that's not our expertise. It's important to know, by the way, what you don't know. It's important to know what you don't know, because you can do more harm than good if you try to offer diagnosis when you don't know what you're talking about, right? So, but what do we bring? We bring faith, and that's what we bring to the table, and that's so important. So we're in the middle of a pandemic, but I think it's a mental health pandemic, and we're seeing more and more issues over the years is that because society doesn't understand what people are going through, and our churches, sadly, many times our parishes reflect the same things that society does with the stigma about people with mental illness. And if you feel rejected by your church, you feel rejected by God. And that is just so hurtful. You don't feel accepted by God, I mean by your church, by your parish, by your faith community. You don't feel accepted by God. But when you do, and we have seen this just so often, when people are accepted for who they are, not who we think they should be, but for who they are, it makes all the difference in the world, in their lives. And as the bishop said, we get so much back in return. I have just so enjoyed working with people in the parish who have mental illness and working with people on the street who have mental illness. It has just made such a big difference in my life. So the goals for our parishes are threefold. It's awareness, it's acceptance, and it's accompaniment. And those three things are, I believe, what we're about, what we're trying to enthuse in the parish. And it's been my experience there's no right way to do that. It's the way that you find you can do it in your parish. Every parish has a different culture. The parish we're in now is much different culture than the parish we were in for years in the suburbs. Much different. So the plan, the gifts of the community, the people in the community, you form a team and you say, well, what can we do as the people we are, who we are. So it's going to be different in different parishes. So I think there's a good, as has been said before, to have an overall plan, but you have to say, well, what can we do in our parish with the gifts that we have? And that's, I think, is very important. So we are about accepting people, and we are about accompanying them on their journey, no matter where that journey is. And it's so important, I think, accompaniment, because people are going through cycles of crisis, and families are going through cycles of crisis. I will bet you there are more people in your parish that are family members than there are people with a mental illness, because sadly, people with mental illness don't feel as well. But there's a lot of family members in our parishes that are hurting because their loved one doesn't feel welcome to church. So the more we can reach out to families as well as people with mental illness, that would be so important. So we have different specific actions that we are going to put up here for your consideration as ways of getting into the ministry. And we have with us, I'd also like to point out, Tracy Sherva in the back, raise your hand. She's involved in a ministry in the suburb of Chicago that started 2-3 years ago. And over the years, it has progressed to now where they are at with a support group in the parish. But they've done a number of things over the years to get to that point. So it's a process. You don't do this overnight. It's a process. And you start somewhere. That's so important. Just start. Just do it. So we provide a community for recovery. Again, that helps when we're dealing with stigma, right? So the community reaches out, and we begin to accept people for who they are. One of the things that really hurt in one of my first experiences when I got a call from someone who wanted to talk to me about his situation. So I went and visited him. And he sat in an apartment, and this was his life. All the curtains were drawn. It was a bright sunny day out. But he had shirts over the lampstand. It was very dark in there. And that's all he could take. And as we talked, he said his family didn't understand him. His family said, all you need to do is get a job. Just get a job and everything will be better. You'll have, income and so on and so forth. And of course, he couldn't get a job. And that was so hurtful to him, and so hurtful to hear, because there's a lot of stigma, and families don't understand, many families don't understand what their loved one is going through. So again, the more we can educate, the more we can make a community that is there for recovery and accompany family members who then can help their loved ones. That's really, how do we do that? The third thing is spiritual support. We are about spiritual support. That's what we bring to the table, and that's so important. I get many questions, as I'm sure you do. Why does God allow this to happen? And in liturgy and worship section, I'm going to address that with scripture passage. But does God love me? Am I okay in God's eyes? And the answer, of course, is God does love you. Yes, you are worthy. And yes, you are okay in God's eyes. And in getting involved in this ministry, I think you'll run across this. This was something Father Albert Nolan, a Dominican priest, head of the order in South Africa during the apartheid years. And he said people would come and want to help in his helping people in South Africa. And he said, at first they would be overwhelmed. They would say the problems are too big. They just can't figure out how to be involved. And so they walked away, quite honestly. And then the group that stayed, they said, well, we can help people. We can help these people. We know what they need. You know? And then as they further got into it, they discovered they didn't know what they needed. They didn't have all the answers. Guess who knew what they needed? The people who had the issue. And that's really, I think, what we got to think of, is that people with mental illness know what they need. You know? We have gifts that we can help them find it. You know, is it housing? Is it whatever it might be? But at the root of it, I believe, is spirituality. It's being, we are spiritual people. So it's helping them discover their spirituality. So we do that through a series of church bulletin articles. We ran, when we first got involved in this 30 years ago, or however many years ago, when we put 14 bulletin articles in the parish bulletin. We were in a different parish at the time. And after about 6 or 7, a lady came up to me after Mass and said, are you the one who's running the parish bulletin articles? You know, it took 6, I think, for it to register and for her to feel comfortable. And she came up to me and she said, I have never told this to anyone before. And I can't tell you how many times somebody has come up to me and said, I have never told this to anyone before. She has a twin sister with schizophrenia. Now imagine, a twin sister with schizophrenia, and she had never told anybody that before. What a burden to carry around. How? I can't imagine, but that's what. So there was a place she felt safe, and that's what we're about, creating safe communities for people to share the burden that's too often, so often, people are doing this by themselves. So another thing we can have in our parishes speaker series, we can have speakers come in and talk about mental illness, the education resources that are, and we heard about those before, right? My notes here. One of the parishes that, one of the programs that we referred to before was mental illness with grace, a 5-night series that educates and informs and really allows people to come together. We did this, Tracy did it in her parish. There were 3 parishes involved. There's a preparation leading up to it where you form a team in the parish, you put information in the bulletin. The weekend before the first night of the series, we spoke at all the masses, and then we had the 5 nights. And the first night, over 100 people came out because they wanted to know more about mental illness. So it's a way of getting the parish engaged. And not only, those 100 people who came out, but on Sunday and in the bulletins, everybody in the parish heard about it. So then there was this raising of awareness within the parish community that this is an issue and this is an issue. It's no longer under the table. It's talked about. Communicating, I think we've already talked about communicating on all channels. I remember I was at my daughter's house one time, and the answering machine said there were 54 unanswered messages on her telephone. That was the day I decided I'm no longer leaving her messages. I'm going to use text because that's what she answers. So young people today are using different means of communication, and we can reach out to them in that way. Intercessory prayers at the parish. In other words, we have prayers of the faithful, right? So if we specifically ask for prayers for people with schizophrenia, depression, it's better, I believe, rather than using mental illness overall kind of catch-all category, to name them. So we know there's a lot of people who don't know the difference between intellectual disabilities and mental illness. And so I think it's important that we make those kinds of distinctions so people know. And again, it's a process of making people aware. Using first-person language, that's so important. The St. Dimphna Mass. St. Dimphna feast day is May 15th. I wrote something about St. Dimphna, it's on the website. Basically, for me, the miracle of St. Dimphna is that, this is like the 14th century all over Europe. People are being, cast out of their villages because of being diagnosed with a mental illness. In the town of Biel, Belgium, they were welcomed into the homes of the people. And the parish priest started it, and then he started having people sleep in the rectory, then he built a house next to the rectory, and then so many people were coming that they said, well, let's go into home. And it actually is known as the beginning of foster care. But these were people with mental illnesses. I'm sure many different kinds. But in other parts of Europe at the time, they were being thrown out of their villages or maybe even tortured or burned at the stake. World Day of the Sick. The Pope has written on World Day of the Sick, so there's mental illness has been the topic on some of those. Prayers cards of the saints, again, we talked a little bit about that. In this parish here, they built a shrine to St. Dimphna. Again, all these things are raising the awareness. And so often I think, the previous speaker was talking about, prayer cards and devotions, and some people are, like to do that, some people don't. The important thing, and this is a real key, is meeting people where they're at. So when we're helping people in their faith life, we're not getting them how we relate to God. We're trying to discover how do they relate to God, and then in ours we do to help them relate to God. So the focus is on the person who you're trying to accompany. And we have over the years, we have found Rita, especially with her spiritual direction, has found, it might be scripture. We did art one time. Went into the church and drew figures of statues and stuff. And the other thing is that in the parish that we're at, it's sometimes we have specific ministries to people with mental illness, but other times and we do a lot of this, is that it's an overall ministry. So we started this art drawing class, and a lot of people with mental illness came to it. And so we would go into the church, sit there quietly, and do art. So there's different ways to get at the needs that people have. So some of the other things, hospital visits, visiting people in the psychiatric unit. Now, there might be some barriers there because of privacy and so on, but you find a way to work around it. We have bringing communion to a psychiatric unit, or having people say, if you find out they're on a psychiatric unit, is that can we visit them? If not, how about when they come home? So often when people come back home, they may have been forgotten about. So what can we do? Annual liturgy for the past 25 years or more, we've had an annual celebration of the lives of people with mental illness and their families. And it's basically Mass, and then afterwards we gather. No speeches, no talks, we just gather. And for a while we used to send a bus around 2 buses really, to all the nursing homes and pick up people with mental illness and bring them to the Mass. But it was for families and friends as well. But it was, again, the whole idea was socialization. Peace and justice advocacy. Mental illness crosses so much of what the parish life is about. So a lot of, like mental illness might be at the root of the abuse situation, addictions. So there's many different ways to involve the parish in this. And so we need to be aware of that. Peace and justice is just one of them. Housing, employment, healthcare, crisis response, suicide prevention. And we don't have to be experts in every one of those, but what we can be is a resource person, or what I like to call a Parish Navigator. So I don't have all the answers, but I know how to get answers, and I know where to go to get answers. And then hopefully, I can find the resources. And that's what I think we do. That's accompanying people, helping them. If you probably know this, but with our daughter, there's cycles of crisis. And when you're going through those cycles of crisis, it's hard to think straight. It's hard to say, well, what do I do next? How do I go about solving this problem? If you got somebody, though, that you can call on, or that asks you, a lot of times you don't feel like calling on somebody. But people in the parish, if they know, who you are, what you're doing, what your loved one may be going through, will say, how are you doing? What can I do to help? That's what we do when we accompany people. So those are the specific actions. For our exercise and saying, well, how do we, and basically the exercise is how do we get into this? Where do we start? What are some of the things we can do? So here's kind of a list. And we're going to ask you now, I think, while you're having lunch, to perhaps list those things. All right?
Yeah. So what I would like you to do is on your activities handout, we're going to get into the second activity. And we're going to do another 2-minute brainstorm here. If you think about, so the last 3 slides have some actions on it, maybe you saw some other ones that aren't on there. What actions seem most possible right now in your parish? Of those ones that we've talked about, what actions seem most possible? Go ahead and write those, and then brainstorm what you think you might want to have as long-term goals. And then what we'll do is I'll give you 2 minutes, and then after that we'll break for lunch, and we'll do the second part of the activity with your briefing here at lunchtime. about 30 more seconds, and then we'll do a blessing for the
All right, so does everybody, we're all old enough, I think. Anybody remember that? Does anybody remember that show from way back, Who's the Boss? Remember with Tony Danza? So I kind of experience that all the time as a deacon because I have to say, is my boss my pastor? Is it my bishop? Is it my boss here at the apostolate, Monsignor Larry, who's about ready to give us a blessing? Or
Your wife.
it's my wife, that's exactly right. And even in deacon formation, let me know, brother deacons, they tell you that your wife has more control over what happens than your bishop right now. And it's true. But one of my bosses, Monsignor Larry Bakke, he's the director of the Apostolate for Persons with Disabilities, and those who watch the TV Mass see his friendly face every Sunday morning. And in fact, I'll let you know a little secret. We just taped a couple of them. That's where he's coming from. But I certainly want him to come and introduce himself and also to give us a blessing prior to lunch.
Good afternoon. Fresh from TV cameras at the CBS studio. For all the goodness of gathering live, you look so much better than 2 cameras. I should say the camera operators are okay too. Thank you so much. It's a wonderful response to this invitation to come together and for us to initiate through the apostolate, and very much so by the request of the bishop, and lots of initiatives to move ahead with greater and greater understanding and action. And it's part of I've been director of the apostolate for 10.5 years now, and it's one of our great goals always is to promote greater and greater inclusivity of all people in the life of the church, and to let them know that they're so valued. So thank you so much for being here today. I'm glad I could come in time for lunch, and also to connect with you for a bit this afternoon. So I was just telling Deacon Tom that I retired, as many of you may know, from Parish Ministry in July. And 3 weeks later, the bishop asked me to come out of retirement, and I just got a moment of rest to become a parochial administrator of the Queen of Peace Parish here in Madison. So now he's asked me to stay until next July in this transition year. So the very beloved Monsignor Fiedler had been pastor there for 28 years and struggled with cancer this last year, and he died on August 28th. So it's really a privilege to be there. And as I often have said, now I don't have to think about what I'm going to do for retirement. So I know that I kind of programmed for a while, but it's great. It's great news. So welcome. And lead us in prayer of blessing. We have all this wonderful food for you. And anytime you can go back for seconds and thirds, whatever you like. And so let's pray. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
Gracious and loving God, thank you for just the grace of your presence, the grace of the church, the grace of the many ways that we continue to respond to your call to ministry and leadership, and especially for those who are most fragile, most sometimes becoming outcasts and misunderstood in the church. May you bless our time together as you bless this food that we are about to share in your good, nourishing presence. And so we pray. Bless us, O Lord, and these are gifts which we are about to receive from thy body, through Christ our Lord. Amen. Our Son and Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Monsignor. So again, the food is just, you go right on the other side of that little wall. It kind of has a Mexican thing, but you can pick whatever you want. There's steak, there's chicken, you can even go the vegetarian route if you want to. There are low gluten tortillas for those who might need that. And just again, a reminder, the bathroom restrooms are just put right back in that alcove. So thank you very much. I'll tell you, I mean, start for the food, it's probably best the way you have to start out over on that end. And and work your way over. Two aisles, though. 2 aisles, so you can go on either side of the table. Thank you.
No.
It's so ironic because I'm sitting here listening to this. My mother has social anxiety issues and someone meditates and created trauma, of course, last time. So I'm dealing with stigma. He lives in David. Just lots of the messiness. So how did it go this year? No. Amen.
When are you going to come on TV?
Anytime you want. Okay. I would love to. November 6th. When are you filming?
Then I've got Sean Carney, but then I'll have to do my calendar, but
Yeah. We can talk about it on Monday. Yeah. Usually perfect.
nice win for divorce last night.
Yeah, it was. Yes. And one of our kids got mentioned at the intermittent.
Oh, yeah.
At the safety. Did you go?
Well, it was good.
Cold. Good. Good. It has been amazing. I took mom to the doctor. Because I didn't talk to the doctor for him, but the doctor called her. So that was yeah, but we were dressed for it. It wasn't. In the courts. So here's the amazing way that God's working, right? Friday night, I'll be at my oldest nephew. My sister and my sister-in-law and my youngest playoff game on the same field as well. Years ago, used to play for college and coach the team that they're playing against. I'm just excited. It's going to be live streamed, so I have something to do with the rehearsal dinner. I can't go. Hosting the rehearsal. I'm hoping that they make it hard. I can go today. So, but I could, since Ryan's game is in the night, I could, once I meet the rehearsal dinner, make the second
That's ours. No, that's yours. Is it? No, that's yours. I wrote on yours. Oh, the pen.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. And really, I have a lot of them, but I did understand. Well, another reason, but even with the basement and
You can take out
and when they made the statement about rejected by the church, he feels like it's being rejected by God. That's exactly what with the faith man. And we have a lot of I have a hard time understanding, and you know, I don't feel like what you're saying about, I feel that way about going to church. And, you know, I don't know what to feel about it, but I talk together about it. But, I've got, which one do you have? I've got one, but it doesn't take up. Yeah, see, I got one, and ten, whatever. Oh, and that doesn't pick up, and that's the right answer. But no, that doesn't help me. Because I'm it's a light one today. Over and down here. Right. Yeah, and it's because you don't do that with a high level. I mean, I should say somebody, a person that is yeah, I gotta remember that. But anyway, thank you. Yeah. Well, it's the same thing for me. I mean, I got to the point where I really, I can't do any talking to the work because everybody's told me that what I'm facing. No. Right. Well, thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
So you're St. Aloysius. So did you try to search on it? I'm no pastoral associate. I'm a pastoral associate. I'm wondering if you might run run 6 8. John and Sarah. John and Sarah and I was with Valerie and they came up with the idea of 6 8.
I think we're going to take about 5 more minutes to finish up lunch and finish up your activity. 5 more minutes to finish lunch and take up your activity. And then we'll start it again. And we'll debrief the activity.
Fred and Mary Ross from Sacred Hearts in St. Mary. I know the name. I know the name. Probably the I've been youth minister for 27 years. Now I'm doing both. Right. I can't believe how big it is.
Let's set up a chair.
They don't have
Glad to help. I'll take that down.
He reads my mind.
I just wanted to put up over here the website if you don't already have it. This is the Catholic Mental Health Ministers Association. And they have, we have on the website a way to order the prayer cards, the St. Diphna cards, and so on. And there's also, I think there's bulletin articles on that one. Is that right? Yeah, there's bulletin articles on that one. This is the miministry.org. It's the one that we use in Chicago, the one we developed. And a lot of this, actually, if you go to this website and look at the Chicago chapter, it takes you to this one. And on there are bulletin articles and the prayer reader wrote. It's one of the most downloaded items on there. It's a good meditative prayer for people to say each day. It's about gratitude, really, for the things we have in our lives. So what we'd like to do now is just to wrap up the last session by asking which actions seem most possible in your parish now. So for those of you who came up with some actions in your group there, would you like to just let us know what you thought might be ready to do right now? Even if you haven't talked about it, what do you think you might do right now? We'll take anything. Where would you start? There's an extra piece to this. Yes?
There were a few things that I thought of right away, just simple things like stealing from your website and using the bulletin things, the prayer intentions during the intercessory prayers, and then going through NAMI and through the Diocesan resources to be able to do a resource and resource presentation and an evening of prayer, just to be able to have a time of prayer, maybe on a day that we offer Eucharistic adoration, and to be able to, or just a time that people can come into chapel and pray and pick up resources on their way out.
Great. That's a great start right away. Anyone else? Any ideas that popped into your head? Yes?
I think hospital visits are really a good idea because when you're hospitalized, I know from experience, when you're hospitalized, you, as medications take effect and you start coming down, you're going through a lot of introspection and you start to build your life again, whatever it's going to be when you get out of the hospital. And I went from someone who would go to Mass every day, who couldn't get the Eucharist on a Sunday, and denied communion from the Lutheran pastor who came in. And I've never had a visit from anyone. It would have been nice to have that presence.
Yes. Yes. And we do have that in the other ends of the hospital, right? The physical end and so on. So it may take working with the people who run the psychiatric unit, but you find a way to do it is what it amounts to. Anyone else? Any ideas that just popped into your head? What could I do? What I might do right away?
Yeah.
Yes, oh, sorry.
Yeah, one of the things that, I don't know if it goes on a long-term goal or if it's just something I need to do. But I want to try to figure out, we've got 4 parishes that I don't feel my parish is big enough to act by itself. So I know 2 other parishes, one for sure I don't think is big enough. And then the other 2 are little bit like in Parish, but we're on the east side of Madison. So I'm thinking that what I might take from this is to contact them, all four parishes, and try to see if there's some way we can work together to get something started.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe when you're in the process of doing that is that you have some ideas ahead of time, like say, what you learned here, here's some things we could do. We don't have to do these, but just to get the sparks going, you know. Here's some things we might do. Yeah. Anyone else? Yes?
As a pastor, it occurs to me that there are a few things I can do in level that I think are good for people. Like preaching or bulletin, prayers, church events, and so on. So I'm thinking now, I kind of what I started.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. That's great. Anyone else? We had just a quick story. We had a person on our commission who was dealing with anxiety and a lot of things. And over the years, she said, I want to do more, I want to do more. And so she's asked me, I want to go to my pastor and ask him to do something in their parish. And so I said, well, yeah, absolutely, ask me. So and it took her a lot to do this, right? I mean, she had to work up she's dealing with anxiety in the first place. So she did. She went to the pastor, and the pastor said, okay, yeah, talk to the deacons, and some of the deacons. And this all takes time, you know, because then she had to wait a week until someone was available and so on. It took a year, but eventually she got others involved. Tracy is one of them, and we put on that 5-week program. And so what was wonderful for me was to see the fruition of that hard work and patience and sticking to it and not being discouraged, and how important that is. And I always say I don't count numbers anymore when people come to a meeting. 3 people came to a meeting, we helped 3 people. And how great is that? Yes?
I just thought, I don't know if Marion right to agree with me, but we have a local hospital that gets sort of involved in things. And I'm wondering if there any experience in just us contacting the local hospital and having them come and do a talk for us. I mean, on mental health, or maybe coming out of a pandemic, or
Yes.
something like
Yeah,
that.
they're as a resource for people to talk.
Okay.
As a resource for people to come and talk to your parish. Yeah. They would be a great resource, right? We've had head of psychiatric units, or like University in Chicago, University of Chicago, or University of Northwest. We've had the head of the psychiatric unit come and talk to parishes. You'd be surprised at how willing they are to talk without a fee. At least we didn't give them one. I hope they were willing.
They're not involved with the church, and they won't be talking about faith then, right? They're not involved
Well,
with the church, that's okay.
in Chicago, a lot of them are Catholic, you know, and we asked them, would you come and talk about these issues and in a faith perspective? And if people, because a lot of people want to hear the Catholic side, you know, psychotherapy or whatever. So yeah, you can ask that. Sure.
I want to talk about, it was mentioned before, helping somebody or relating to somebody. Usually as a person reaching out to that person also gets a reward. And I was at the Madison County walk on the 9th. And a young man came in, looked kind of right at the end, and looked kind of confused about what was going on and all. And I, reached out to him, what can I help you, kind of thing. Gave him a brochure on NAMI, and I encouraged him to get something to eat and drink. He got a cup of water. I said, oh, you got to get one of that, Anyway, I kept kind of reaching reaching out to him. And at the end, he says, thank you. And I said, oh, no problem. I love to talk to people about NAMI. He said, no, thank you for talking. Oh, my God.
Right.
It's hard to-
Right.
Stigma. Stigma.
That says it right there.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. Yes, and the people who, those of us who suffer with a mental illness will, many times will tell you that the stigma is worse than the illness itself, which is bad enough. But the stigma is worse. And any person who doesn't have a mental illness, they are isolated and people are not connecting with them. It doesn't take long before they start developing symptoms too. So imagine if you already have an illness and people are connecting with you. So yes. Okay, so I know I'm the one who put all these slides together and tried to cram everything in today, so I know that we have, I need to address the time issue, so I want to do that quickly with you. Just to tell you, I have a lot of handouts for you. Let me show you. It's showing the slideshow. How do I show it? Where I'll Thank you. How do I show this screen? Do you know? Just the screen right here. Right now it's on the showing PowerPoint. Is there a way to show? What's it? I do want to. It's okay. Actually, never mind. It's all right. They'll believe me if I tell them. Okay. But you tell them, right? So here's a slot. Here's my Google Drive that has all the handouts. Look how many handouts are in there.
Yeah.
It fills the whole screen. Okay. So we are going to give you a lot of things, and where those things are going to be located is going to be on the apostolate's website. APD Madison Diocese.com. And that's why we need to make sure we have your email address.
We will email you when we begin putting things up, so you know when to look.
And also, when you have this presentation, you see all these links that are in there, they're all live too. You can click in there. So we can give you that as well. We'll have the PDFs for this. And I think this is Deacon Tom's website and Rita's website, miministry.org, and then this is the association website, catholicmhm.org. And you guys are going to have your own chapter website too, that's going to be connected in there. And my website, our website for Orange is on there too. So, all right. Any questions while I'm pulling up slides for myself? Anybody? Okay. All right. We're going to get started then on the next section, which I think is section 5. Spiritual support and accompaniment. And let's see. Okay. So, I just stuck this slide in here because it kind of goes along with what you guys just did. These are things that have happened in the Diocese of Orange since we started mental health ministry. And just to kind of show you, the sky's the limit, and it really is whatever you think is important and whatever you think, what resources you have. I'm sorry, Deacon Jim. Can I ask the people at the back of the room to please talk quieter because it's a little bit hard for me to concentrate. Thank you. Okay, so we have a group of Vietnamese speaking folks who want to reach out, so they've got the resources page and translated into Vietnamese. There's a group that we have health speakers that can do talk on ACEs in Spanish. This is just social media for one of the parish events. This is some therapists who offer to do a talk in Spanish. We have family support groups at some of our parishes that are trained with NAMI-trained volunteers, some of them who are also deacons. Living Grace is also has a curriculum that you can use for support groups, for families, and also for persons with mental illness, and it has a spiritual component to it. We have a group of people who've been showing movies and having a Catholic panel afterwards to talk about it. And we have a group that just gets together and prays a rosary, and then we have another group that gets together and prays a rosary in Spanish. So, it's like any number of things can happen. But when you do that, all we're needing are those spiritual support and accompaniment skills. And so that's what we're going to be talking about now. And that is that we need to meet people where they are, not where we want them to be. And you think about that, that's a little bit, it sounds easy, but it's not so easy that we're all doing it, because that's why we're here. So I want to give you some skills or some practices you can use to help you be in accompaniment, to help you be a companioner. This comes from Pathways to Promise, is an organization that Craig Brennenbaum was the executive director of, and he was a chaplain on the streets in Seattle to homeless folks. And David Paul wrote a series of books that are really small, that they're just very basic and explain these things. These are all things we can do, and when we provide these things, this is companionship. So a companion is not a healthcare provider, and it's not a mom or a dad. It's just somebody who can come for a certain period of time in a certain stage. It might be 30 minutes, it might be 20 minutes, it might be 20 minutes a week, it might be an hour a week, over 6 months, I don't know. But sometimes it's helpful to kind of know what your time frame is when you're starting to accompany someone, so that you can be clear about that. But we can offer hospitality, we can offer just that safe space. It doesn't even, and sometimes you don't even need refreshment to offer hospitality, do you? Yeah. And neighboring. So we're meeting as equals. And I have my experiences, and you have your experiences, and we begin with what we do have in common. And humans, we really do have a lot in common. We're side by side, looking out in the world together. I mentioned earlier that sometimes people find it less intimidating to literally be side by side when you're talking, so that you're looking out instead of looking at each other too. But it's a nice thing to remember that we are side by side. And every single one of us, whether we're the helper or the one being helped, eventually it's going to go the other way. So I really love the side-by-side image. It really means a lot. Okay, listening. Also, another thing that we think it's so easy, but it's actually not. When we listen in our day-to-day, we're listening to respond. We're listening to solve problems. We're listening to just to kind of move things along. But this is a different kind of listening that we're going to be doing. And even for me, I'm a trained listener, I'm really good at it. But if I don't switch my brain over to that kind of listening, I'm really terrible. I'm a really terrible listener. So I just have to know that it's a switch that I'm making in my mind from Marjorie, who we're just going along doing whatever we're doing, to, oh, I'm not here to solve the problem, I'm here to listen. I'm here to let you know that I'm listening. I'm here to really understand you. That's my whole purpose. That's active listening. And finally, accompaniment. It could be just praying with someone. It could be literally walking with them. One of my friends, that's what she does. She schedules times during the week that people with mental illness can walk with her. And they just walk and listen. It could be going to a meeting or an appointment. if somebody maybe is feeling intimidated about something and they need a little support or an advocate. Okay, so those are 5 practices of companionship that I want you guys to hold in mind, and then we're going to do also, we're going to read about holy listening, because one of the good things about Rita and Tom being in ministry for 30 years is that they've written some stuff. So, one of the many good things. So I think in your packets you guys have a handout that says holy listening, and it's about 4 pages. And so we're going to go ahead and read that now. Just read that silently to yourself. And then while you're reading that, I'm going to pull up a video piece for us to look at and us to listen to someone.
Session 3. Let's begin. For your waves and your billow.
You don't think this mic is on? I think it's on. Is it on?
It's on.
Okay, I think some of you are finished. So, what are some things that stood out to you in that reading? Everybody's finished. What's something you noticed that you want to try to do? Oh, go ahead.
I think it's very good at defining the boundaries, because I know I have a lot of leaders worried about mental health ministry, thinking about kind of this misunderstanding that it's more like professional, so I really like how it's very, very clear in their mind.
It's very clear, defining boundaries, yeah, that's good. Yeah, I think it is, yeah, otherwise, we need to have boundaries when we're entering into this, because otherwise we could get swallowed up. We don't want that. And maybe even worse, I don't know which is worse, but so we can maybe even do harm too, right? Because if we wear ourselves out and we're not taking care of ourselves, then that's when trouble happens. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
To just listen to a person is often a challenge for me. And it's something I really need to work on, but I would love to be able to do that because I think so often that's just what people need.
Yeah.
I used to work in a public health lab, and sometimes people would call in with issues, like about their drinking water, but it really wasn't the issue. They were just lonely a lot of times, and they just wanted to talk to you, and sometimes we would just let them talk. Like, that just did so much, so that's something that I would love to do. I love that that's mentioned.
Yeah, just listening and not trying to solve the problem. Listening is not solving problems. Yeah. And I had a therapist teacher one time say, are you looking at the person in front of you as a math problem to solve or as a sunset to be admired? And I think that that's a really good way to. So I wrote that down and put it on my board so I remember.
About boundaries, but it also really talks about setting time limits and limits in terms of what you can do.
Yes.
Because, as somebody who has worked for Catholic Charities for a long time, you get calls from people all the time who have a long list of needs, and it's helping to listen to that and say what's most important to you, where can we start, is a really important place to be.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to try to summarize. She just said a lot of really good stuff. If I missed something, let me know. She said that it's really important to have time limits, not just for boundaries, but also it can help people prioritize. And it also tells them, that they're important to you and that you have this amount of time that you can spend with them and you want to be with them for that whole time. Because if you don't know that there's a limit, you might be in the back of your mind and be like, how can I get away? And they're going to feel that. But if you say, I've got this time and I really want to listen to you, that can be really helpful.
And it goes along with that. I think it helps me to know when you're talking about listening, that it helps to know that you're in it for the long haul. So just because I won't be able to hear everything today, I know that being in it for the long haul means that I will be there next week.
Yeah.
And the week after.
Yeah. And you won't be able to, if you don't set boundaries, you will not be there.
Exactly.
Right? So you have to, yeah, good. All right. I had an activity, and I have a lot of things I want us to do, but, okay, so I put some questions for reflection down there that I just highlighted some of the things that were in there. And I know you can't do all of these at once. I was going to split us into 5 groups, but I think just for the sake of logistics and sitting where we are, maybe take a look at those 5 different things and pick one, because you can only listen to one thing at a time. Pick one of those you want to concentrate on, and like this gentleman said, what is your name? Wayne said he wants to be a better listener because he knows how important that is. Maybe he'll pick number 4. But anything you pick, we can all become better listeners. It is a skill that can be learned. There are steps to it. And so pick one of these. And we're going to watch a video clip. And I just picked this because it was convenient, and also because I wanted to show you about the sanctuary course. Okay, so we're starting. Oh, it seemed like it was the movie. Okay. Session 3, yeah. Okay, so just so you see, if you go inside the sanctuary, as I told you, the sanctuary is a course. They have a course book, an audio book, and films. Oh, it was an audio book. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so I'll find it. Okay, good. So I'm going to go just number 30, page 32. I didn't even know the audio books were in there. So you can listen to it while you're walking or something. That's nice. Okay, so, okay. So now we're going to listen to Hillary for just a couple minutes. And I want you, has everybody picked their one of the 5 that they're going to do? Is anybody confused and doesn't know what we're doing? That's okay. Very good.
Where are the 5? What page?
Okay, sorry.
I was thinking you were talking about the numbers like this.
I was talking about this, my handout, activities handout. Sorry. Dun, dun, dun. There's too many moving parts. Thank you for being very nice. Yes. So on the back side, where it says activity number 3, holy listening, there's 5 different things you could concentrate on. And you just pick which one you want to work on right now. And you could do this, practice makes perfect. So get better and better at this stuff. Okay.
With the right click in there, give you captions. I don't know what's down the lower right there.
Where? Here?
It's
Where?
I was diagnosed with clinical depression when I was about 10 years old. I had this idea that I needed to be perfect in order to be.
Sorry.
Okay. Everybody know what they're doing? Anybody else have a question? Okay, here we go.
I was diagnosed with clinical depression when I was about 10 years old. I had this idea that I needed to be perfect in order to be a good Christian. And when that wasn't the case because of what I saw was my mental health, I saw that as something that was bad around me. And if I just prayed hard enough and if I just, did the right kind of moves in my life, then God would take it away from me. I remember talking to my mom about it and just telling her, like, I just feel so sad sometimes. And I just feel like I just want to go to sleep and not wake up. I would pretend to be sick so I could stay home and not have to deal with trying to pretend to be happy at school. I remember on one occasion I slept with my window open in like the winter time because I kind of hoped, well, maybe if I actually have a cold, then I can just stay home and just trying to at least give myself an excuse to feel the way that I was feeling. I don't have any reason to be this sad. I don't have any reason to be this anxious. There's no external thing that is causing this. So why do I feel this way? It did get to a point where I was experiencing what I now know were suicidal thoughts, which was just, it would be better if I wasn't here. I'm really a burden on my family and I should just go away. There was also this voice inside me that was saying, that's not true, and God would be so sad if you didn't exist.
okay? So you can get a taste of that, what these videos are, and that is just a person with lived experience, but there's also bishops and priests and therapists and all kinds of folks in here. I didn't mean to say that was just a person with lived experience. I meant there are lots of people in here with helpful information. Does that make sense? Yeah, okay. So, were you guys able to kind of reflect on that? How could you empathize, or how could you reflect back to Hillary? Something that you heard. What did you hear?
She's still depressed.
Okay, and so how might you reflect that back to her?
It sounds like you really struggled with this a long time.
Yeah, it sounds like you've struggled with this for a long time. Yeah. But do you think she was trying to tell you that she's still depressed?
I think so. I think what she's saying is, I'm better, I recognize it, I didn't know where it was, now I do. It sounds like she's made great progress.
Okay.
I'll bet it's tough.
Yeah, she might still be struggling. What things did other people hear or say that they would reflect back, just listening?
Well, I would say that she thought being a good Christian meant feeling good all the time.
Ah, there you go.
And that is part, in my opinion, that is part of the sentence of mental illness, because you're not allowed to, you think you're not allowed to feel down once in a while.
Yes. If you're a good Christian, you wouldn't. You'd just be filled with the light and joy all the time.
Right.
Okay, yeah. Good. And how nice would it be to hear that reflected back? Okay, so think of a time that you went through a difficult, somebody was there for you. When you have that person in mind, raise your hand. Okay, when you went through a difficult time, I'm waiting to see if everybody raises their hand or not. Because maybe some people went through a difficult time and there wasn't somebody there, and that is the case sometimes too. But that person who was there for you, raise your hand if they were a trained mental health professional. Okay, we've got a couple of hands, but most of the hands that went up were not trained mental health professionals. They were just somebody who was listening. Okay. I lost track of my thoughts here. Let's see. That happens when you get depressed. How about, there were a couple of hands that went up. I think it was over here and over here. What did you want to say?
I just, in terms of a prayer, that's what I was thinking about. What would I pray with her?
Okay, what would she pray with her?
And I think that I would just ask the Lord to help her feel His loving embrace.
There you go.
That's
Yeah.
really all. That would be like my go-to.
Yeah. And if somebody sat with you and prayed with you, dear Lord, please help this person feel my loving embrace, do you think they might feel it a little bit? Yeah. We're the hands and feet for Jesus, right? That's yes. Okay.
I would just say
This
this sounds like
sounds like it was really hard. Yeah, that really honors her dignity, doesn't it? Instead of her being ashamed or feeling like she was bad or unlovable because all this stuff was happening. Yeah. Yes. Give her credit. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing about having depression. People with depression have incredible perseverance because they know how to slog through. Yeah. Okay. How about others? Any other questions that somebody answered? Okay. Susan?
I thought she was very intelligent and very self-aware. Because even as a child, she noticed that something
so saying that she's, you know, that she was very intelligent and self-aware and that she's been working on this for a long time, that very much honors her dignity, right? Yeah, okay. Deacon Tom, any last words on that, on holy listening that we?
Well, I think that it's really been said, but for me, it's the most healing thing we can do. There's a lot of things we can do. The most healing thing we can do is just listen to people.
Just listen, yeah. Okay. So, these accompaniment skills can be used in lots of settings. Pull the slides back up. And, oh, this is wrong. Okay, one of those settings, we've talked about all these other settings, I believe, but one of those settings is a spiritual support group. And Deacon Ed has a spiritual support group, and he's going to talk to you a little bit about that, what that is, and what that is. And you guys got a flyer on it when you came in. It's the color flyer. You didn't get one there on the table back there.
Yeah, hi, it's this flyer, show them, you know, what we're talking about. So yeah, we have granted a spiritual support group, two support groups for people that live with a mental illness and family members. And early on in my ministry, when we started a couple of years ago, I heard from a deacon up in Connecticut, Deacon Adam Michelle, who does this. And it's done in ministries around the country. It's not for everyone, but for those of you that are comfortable with small groups, small faith-sharing groups, it's something you might want to consider. For example, it's NAMI does a secular version of this. Most regional NAMIs have support group meetings. They're not clinical support. They're not run by therapists. They're run by lay people, such as myself. They're not run by mental health professionals, but it's a place where you come and share your experiences of living with mental illness and to be able to support each other. With NAMI, discussions about faith and your religion and your devotions is not really encouraged. You know, it's kind of an unspoken rule that the religious stuff sort of stays to the side. You don't really focus on that in the NAMI support group meeting. That's not to say the NAMI support group meetings aren't good. They're very good. But for someone that's looking for spiritual support, that's looking for where is God in the midst of all of this, that's where we started these sort of spiritual support group meetings. And we have two types of meetings. We have one for people that live with the illness. We meet on Saturday mornings at 10 o'clock. Every other Saturday we do. And then we also have once a month for the parents, and well, the caregivers. It's usually parents, not always. Occasionally it's a spouse or brother or sister or someone like that, but it's usually parents who can explain why that is. These are the basic ground rules that we have for both meetings, and we always emphasize that spiritual support is not group therapy or mental health care. Everyone's welcome, but no one's obligated to share. Sometimes people do come because of their illnesses. They can't really interact or talk, and that's fine. They just want to come and listen and make sure they're not alone, or be reassured that they're not alone, that other people live with these illnesses and challenges. That's fine. We're making clear we're here to support each other. That's what we do. We're not here to fix each other. We're not here to do anything like that. We're here to provide support. You're encouraged to describe what works for you, particularly your spiritual life, but no advice. So we always stop short if they on eyes at the cemetery, I'll cut them off. If someone says, you need to go see Dr. So-and-so, or, you know, you're bipolar disorder, you need this med, something like that. We don't do that. It's okay for them to say, I'm on whatever med, and that med works for me, and Dr. So-and-so's practice is good for me, that's fine. But they stop short of saying, advice. No judging or interrupting. You would think that would go without saying, but it doesn't. And it's not, it's quite often, it's because the mental illness does, they got to jump in, they can't go back, they jump in, so you got to remind them. This one I've added over time, this next one. I've added items to it as we go through, So I'll just just leave it at that we, during the election period, no discussion about the election. People wanted to, no religious debates. People start telling sexual stories, which might be related to the illness, but we don't want to hear that in the group meeting.
Vaccine debate?
What's that?
Vaccine debate?
No, we don't talk about vaccines, because that's become political. We do as an aside, we say, I haven't made it clear in the emails in that group that either if you're not vaccinated, come with a mask on. But beyond that, Pennsylvania's pretty strict about it. And confidentiality, although I do say this is not the confessional. So, keep that in mind. Sometimes people will say things that even with the Las Vegas rule are not appropriate. And, in our particular church, we have the meetings, confessions are going on next door in the church. So if they start getting, but these are all things that happen. So this is how we run the meeting. We start out with a devotional. Usually for me at least, we start with these St. Nicholas or St. John of prayer cards. We'll start with something like that. We always have the coffee out, at least on Saturday morning meetings, we have the coffee out. We have an opening prayer. If somebody's new there, we'll go over the ground rules and introduce ourselves to each other. And then the main part of the meeting is sharing. So they go around the room initially and say how they're doing on a scale of 1 to 5. 5 being they're having a rough time of it, 1 being they're doing pretty good. And we let the people that are 5 go first, because they generally, most time, want more time to talk. So that's what we do. We go around, we let people talk and just express themselves. And to the extent that they want to discuss spiritual matters, and I or the other people that facilitate, we'll actively encourage them. We'll ask, where's God in the midst of struggling? How's this affecting the prayer life that you've been able to get to church? That sort of thing. We'll encourage that part of the discussion, spiritually. There's how it's affecting the spiritual life. And then we also encourage people to go back and forth and interact a little bit and support each other. Just say things, things might come up about as mundane as how to get a bus someplace. They'll be talking about that. The more serious things that they can talk about and support each other. Important part of it, I know it sounds silly, but at least for the people that live with the mental illness, is to have a break and offer snacks. Because for many of the people, this is their social life. This is their social life. Just coming to this support group meeting once or twice a month. They really don't go to anything else. So to be able to have this break period and snack period and smoke, probably many of you know this, that people who live with mental illness tend to smoke more than people who don't. So if they want it outside smoke, that's fine. No inside smoking. But also the break time for them to go out that cigarette if they want to do that. Don't make a big issue about that. The other thing, then we'll come back and we'll have some sort of closing prayer time together. But we'll also, there's the thing with the prayer slips. I'm not a psychologist, but the psychologist who told me this is, I was always struck by why the folks in mental health really like it. So we have prayer slips. You write down a prayer intention. You put it in a box, and then like one of these wedding boxes that you have at a wedding where you put your gifts in, and then we keep the box up in the chapel of our cathedral. And then when enough prayer slips build up, we'll have a prayer ritual, we'll go outside, and this is on the webpage. We go outside and we burn them, put them in a bowl, and we let the smoke rise up to God, like incense. And being a good deacon, one of the guys that works with me always likes to throw incense in that too. But the whole idea of the prayers rising up to God through this prayer ritual. Well, I guess then being in with folks that usually don't have much agency, that's the right word. The idea of being able to write down a prayer, put it in a box, put it up in the chapel seems very empowering to them to be able to do that. Maybe for someone that doesn't live with a mental illness, that's not quite as obvious, but it's amazing how they really grab onto this little prayer section.
You don't burn them at the time, you burn the following?
Oh yeah, we let them accumulate. We're in Pennsylvania, so we wait for good weather. It's always unpredictable. And then we have a prayer garden outside. So yeah, a couple times a year when we get enough of them and the weather's right, we'll go have this prayer service outside where it's a nice little service, 5 or 10 minutes. And then we close praying together as a group. Either we'll pray, we got mid-morning prayer together, maybe there'll be some other resource that we pull off the web, that we will pray together, and we'll just close with a prayer. So we try to keep it oriented towards spirituality and a place where they can support each other. I know as a facilitator and another deacon and a couple other lay people do this, sometimes you do have to be firm and keep it on track. But most of the time, that's not really a big issue, but occasionally it is. And you have to be comfortable with a group talking about very emotional, intimate, to a certain extent, spiritual matters within a group. So it's not for everybody. And not everybody with a mental illness, of course, wants to come to a support group meeting like this. But it is good for many people to do this. So it might be something you might want to think about. The other group we have is for the family and friends. And like I said, it's usually parents, but not always. And we do this once a month. Because I was, in my parish, was getting so many calls from individuals once they knew we were doing this, we decided to have this. And to be honest with you, for me, this is the more gut-wrenching meeting. Is the people that come to the mental health support group meeting are usually older, usually 30, 40, 50, up into their 70s. They know they have a mental illness. They accept the fact they have a mental illness, and they know they need support. So that's why they come, and week after week, they develop friendships and acquaintances. And it gets into a little bit of a routine, which is good, which is wonderful. The parents' meeting is usually when there's a crisis. It's usually either a kid attempted suicide, or the child was just admitted to a psychiatric hospital, or their husband was admitted to a psychiatric hospital, and they're in crisis. And they think nobody understands, and that their kid or their husband is the only one going through this. And I know, I'll get into it later, my daughter got bipolar disorder, I know how they feel. That you feel that, because there's no one to talk to generally in your community. It's wonderful that we provide this opportunity. So if you decide to do this, I mean, encourage yourself emotionally. It's not an easy meeting. Usually there's a lot of tears. We never have tears, very seldom we have tears of crying on Saturday morning meetings with the people that live with the illness. But this meeting, probably every time there's tears and crying, it can be very emotional. But and we don't have all of the ranting around the room or anything like that. We just start with the prayer and kind of just jump into it and let the person that's maybe new and is in crisis explain what's going on. And sometimes people do come back, even after the crisis subsides, and report in on how their loved one's doing. But it helps them to understand the illness, realize that there's a community that accepts them and loves them. And quite often, and you know this, nobody gives you a list of what the resources are in the community. It's hard to find that. So that's one of the things we can provide here. In working in conjunction with NAMI, our local NAMI, it's very important to provide that. But they'll come into the meeting and have no idea where to go. Because, just as an aside, for example, my one son had diabetes, type 1 diabetes, and so we went to the hospital, emergency condition and all that. We came, as parents, we came out with a whole list of resources, brochures, this, that, and the other thing, about how to deal with diabetes. When my daughter went with the psychosis, with the bipolar disorder, nothing. We got zero, nothing. And that's a common experience. So this is something that the support group can try to fill that gap a little bit. So that's just, like I said, it's not for, maybe not for everyone, but for those of you that are interested, I find it, as a minister, I find it a very fulfilling ministry. And I think it provides a real service and real help to people.
Is your support group ecumenical?
Yes, yeah. I mean, we're welcome. We don't camp down, or I always say that, it's Catholic. So we're going to pray to Mary, we're going to pray to Saint, and we're going to be Catholic. But yeah, if you want to come to the meeting and you're not Catholic, not in.
You see, you have several parish options if you in other parishes?
Yeah, we form it as a deanery. That's came up before with small parishes. So this is, I assume, deaneries here too. So yeah, so we it's a deanery-based ministry. And myself and a couple other deacons and a couple of lay people manage it together because we never want to not have a meeting. I've talked to people that really come to the spiritual support groups. It's so important to be a backup. Like we had a meeting today at Scranton, obviously not that. So we had to have the other deacon back as a backup. And there's usually 3 or 4 of us in a group, so that we never have to cancel a meeting.
You recommend more than one person running the meeting then? If so, I mean, one person can't really run it, right?
One person runs the meeting at the meeting, but So, you know, if I'm there, I'll run the meeting sometimes, or like today, he can ran the meeting back in Scranton. But yeah, there's only one person facilitating. The other people might come and support, but there's one person in charge, so to speak. But they help out, so it's not like you have to sit there and keep your mouth shut. What's that?
It might be nice to have a second person
Yeah.
from time to time, especially with that family group, just for you to have somebody to process with afterwards.
Oh yeah, that's why it's good to have anyone. The other people are there, like when I say in charge. Like, there's only one person that says, okay, let's go over there and read the schools, or the person in charge of the prayer. But beyond that, the other support would be there to help. Yeah, you're right, especially with the parents. It's good to have help.
So you'll have one of the mental health ministers?
Yes.
Present at the group?
Yeah, they'll be present at the group, and if people are sharing, they'll chime in and have something to say.
Do you tend to max the number of people in a particular group? It gets so big that...
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. We've come close to having that problem, but you know, a small group, you don't really want much more than 10 people, or you just don't have enough time. So once or twice we've had maybe up to 12 people, and I was thinking of splitting it into two groups. But yeah, that's just basic small group facilitation. You don't want much more than 10 people. So we have people like on our mailing list, we have like 25, 30 people on the list. They don't all show up every time. So it's people are in and out.
Yeah, this question was asked, but who can be present at the spiritual support group? Can family members be present?
Oh, that's the decision we made, was to split it up. That's a good point, because we put a lot of thought into that. So for example, NAMI meetings are quite often the family members and the person with the illness, everybody's in the same room together. There's pluses to that. We decided to have the people with the illness separate from the family. Because I know with my daughter, there'd be things that I want to say that I probably wouldn't say in front of her. And I'm sure there were things that she wanted to say that she did not want to say in front of me as a parent. I could think I'd understand it still. So that's why we decided to split them up, to allow more freedom of discussion. There's pros and cons to it, but that's what we decided to do. It seems to work well. That's what Deacon Allen does up in Connecticut and a couple other places I've never heard of.
But if they choose to bring a support person, that's okay?
What's that?
If they choose to bring a support person, is that okay?
Yeah, it hasn't happened that much. Now that you mentioned, I can think of it happening once or twice where someone brought a spouse. That's the only time, no, I'm not even mentioning that. A couple people with the illness have brought spouses to the meeting with them.
Could you possibly invite everyone, and then once they're there, and open with prayer?
Sure, I guess that would be fine. Yeah, sure, yeah, divide, yeah, I guess we haven't done that, but yeah, sure. And the time of the meeting, it's funny, we pick Saturday mornings because in Scranton we have a soup kitchen that opens at 11:30, St. Francis soup. And we thought, when we started it, that we did all the street people. We don't get any street people, homeless people that are living with illnesses. Everybody that comes to those folks don't seem to want to do this. This support, and they're so ill, you can't do it. So the people we get in with illnesses are college professors, the local elementary school teacher, people that are, out there in the community. A lot of them don't want other people to know they have a mental illness because it's stigma. So that's the other reason why we do it Saturday morning, because there's not much else going on around the parish. And they come into the back door of the rectory, we have a basement, so it's kind of sort of, not totally anonymous, but it's pretty under wraps for them to be able to connect. And then we do the other one at 6 o'clock on Tuesday evenings, which again is another time when there's not a lot going on and they can come in and not worry about the stigma that goes with this. Because a lot of them are worried about that. A lot of folks are. They want to meet with me one-on-one at a time when no one's going to see them coming around or what they're doing. They may want to come to the group meeting because of the stigma.
Thank you. Was there another question? Okay. Thank you, Deacon. I believe Deacon Todd is your turn to kind of talk to us about another way that we use this in the parish. Maybe everybody, if you want to take a stand up, stretch break, do that now, and then we'll have a real break after this section. But we're going to talk about liturgy, worship, and sacraments. Thank you.
Okay. I was thinking, I've been, as I said before, Rita and I have been involved in this in a long time, and when we started, I had hair, and it was a different color. So, over the years, things change, right? Roll with the changes. So we're going to talk about liturgy, worship, and sacraments, and I see in those things, all of them obviously drawing us deeper into the relationship with God and getting deep into the mystery. And I teach a course on baptism, and I point out to the parents how each of the things that we do in a baptism that are symbols, like a candle, so on, music, water, all meant to draw us into that relationship with God. And of course, that's what happens in all our sacraments, and that's what happens every day that we say Mass and go to Mass. It's drawing us deeper into that relationship with God. And our community of faith is relational, so I think that's a key part of it too. So I'd like to read this, and if anybody would like a copy of it, I didn't make copies ahead of time, but I thought last night, that's what I was thinking about what I was going to say today. This is really, hopefully, get across the point, and it's by a spiritual writer. It says, spiritual healing is essentially about breaking out of the narrow prison of our own personal heartbreak to enter into the heavenly palace of compassion and connection. It is how the human heart can be broken open so that the veils that keep us separate from one another and from our connection to the divine can be removed. And I think that is what we're about. And that in the community of faith is what we're about. Sometimes an illness, like mental illness or any illness, can create a prison for us because we get stuck in that and we isolate and so on. So it's about breaking out, and for us it's about helping people to break out of those prisons that maybe even we create ourselves. So a lot of people, as I alluded to before, a lot of people ask, questions of faith when they come to us. And it's not just necessarily people with mental illness. I think a lot of us have these same questions. So I just like to tell you what I have found, along with a lot of help from Rita giving me input on this, the answers that I give. And again, it depends on the situation, who the person is, and so on and so forth. But see, these are some of the things. So I'm going to give you a pop quiz. You ready? First question, is God punishing me?
No.
Thanks. God loves me unconditionally, and I use the prodigal son story. I think that's a perfect example. And if we recall from Luke, but while he was yet at a distance, his father saw him and had compassion, ran and embraced him. He didn't wait for him to come to the door of the house. The father ran out to meet the person and embrace him. And that's what we're called to do. Does my illness make me unworthy or less worthy?
No.
2 for 2. I like to quote the Genesis creation story. There's 2 stories in Genesis. The second one is the one, chapter 2 is the one we often think of, the Garden of Eden. But the first story, chapter 1, is about God creating the world. And what did he say on the 6th day? Everything that he saw was good. God created everything, and it is good. And we are created in the image and likeness of God, so we are good. And I like to think Father Richard Rohr, if you're familiar with him, he wrote a book recently, he says, God's part of our DNA. I believe that, because everything God created is good. So that goodness is part of us. We are the original blessings. The second story, we hear about original sin. First story, we are original blessings. And that's who we are. Has God abandoned me? Okay, 3 for 3. And there we can look to this story of the Garden of Eden. I like to say that that Garden of Eden story says God provided everything for us. It is there. I think that's a great metaphor. All the plants, all the food, everything we need is there. That's a metaphor for our spirituality. God provides our spirituality, the spiritual things that help us to live, help us to get through life, help us to get in connection to God. So God provides everything. We have a choice. We can make a choice to follow God or to not. And that's that old apple in the tree story. But God is with us in that. He's provided everything for us. Fourth question, where is God in all this? Right by our side. He's right there. And the one story that I love there is the Emmaus story, where the two apostles are walking, they had been where Jesus was crucified. And just imagine, put yourself in their position. You've been following this guy for a long time, and now he's been crucified. You're crushed. Depression. Anxiety over what the future is going to be. And when God appears to them, they don't even recognize him. Haven't you been with a person who is so depressed, so anxious, that they don't recognize a lot of things that are going on around them? And what does Jesus do? He walks them through the scripture, salvation history. And it begins to unveil, become apparent to them. And, but not quite yet, so they're getting it, but it takes time, doesn't it? And we've been there. There's doubts, I gotta go back to scripture, salvation history. Where is God in all this? Where do they wind up? With the Eucharist, receiving the Eucharist, the body and blood of Christ. The Mass we celebrate every day. And when we can bring people to church, to our liturgy, where we celebrate Mass every day, and people feel worthy, they should be made to feel worthy, because we can help them, hopefully, feel that way. And when the ultimate thing we do, right, as Catholics, is the Eucharist. So that is, that Emmaus story, I think, tells the process about what we do. Does God love me? Yes. Or Gospel of John, chapter 1, verse 4 to 16. So we have come to know and to believe the love of God, the love that God has for us. God is love, and whoever abides in love abides in God, and God abides in him. And that is always there. It's just taking away the veils that separate from a mad thought sometimes is hard to do. And so that's what we're about, is we're helping people to do that. So I think the Emmaus story, again, is very important for our discussion of liturgy and worship, because we bring, our gifts to those who are maybe having doubts. And I think doubts are good, right? Because doubts help us question. And when we question, we get the answers. We dive deeper into what does it mean to have this relationship with God. So the goal at Mass, the goal at liturgy, the goal at sacraments is to have everyone participating fully in those. And for me, that means taking part in all the aspects of our faith community, whether it be lecturing, distributing communion, ushering, and so forth. So all that is so very important in people's feeling welcome, feeling part of what we do. And Mass, well, in our case in Chicago, we're right on the street. It's a very busy street. It's Belmont Avenue, and as I described before, there's a lot of different people in our neighborhood, and a lot of them like to drop in and worship with us, which is wonderful. So we train our ushers. We let them know how to de-escalate a situation, for example. We talk about if someone comes in and is disruptive, and one of the best examples of that happened was a guy in the back of the church stood up during the homily and started yelling at the pastor. And so this guy came over and said to him, "We really want you to be here with us and worship with us, but we cannot allow a disturbance in the church. So if you're willing to sit down and worship with us, that'd be great. Otherwise, we're going to have to ask you to leave." And that quieted him down. That's all I needed. And again, it's reacting to a situation without, reacting, not rising to the level of screaming or anger. It's treating it as unemotionally as we can. I was telling a story last night. I was doing a baptism, and a person came in, the whole family, I was in the middle of the baptism, and a person came in with a pith helmet on and had mosquito netting down to the floor. And I kind of, paused for a moment. What do? I didn't do anything. I didn't react. The person sat with the family, and I went through the whole baptism. There was no sign of disruption. Why do I need to act? And then at the end, he got up and he left. And the Godfather came up to me afterwards and he said, "Tom, is that a Catholic thing?" I was wondering if the person was a religious or something. I said, "No, that's a Belmont Avenue thing." So again, it's how we react to situations that might occur in our parishes. And making sure that we all know that people are welcome. That's the first thing. People are welcome. But we don't let, bad behavior, if you will, occur. And we have to call 911 sometimes. Rare. Let's see. Sure we're on track. Okay, we talked about a lot of these things that we have. So we talked about prayers of the faithful, being specific about them, homilies. Again, I think with homilies, it's important to speak about mental illness and speak examples if we can. I've given a lot of homilies over the years in different parishes around Illinois, Wisconsin, and wherever else I'll be invited to. And after every Mass, there are lines of people who come up to me and say, "Thank me for doing it." And as I alluded to in the earlier talk, have said, you're the first person I've told. I had a mother holding a baby who had postpartum depression, and she said, "You're the first person," and whispered it to me, because people who knew her were over there, and whispered to me that you're the first person I ever told that I had this depression. I had a 90-year-old guy down in Florida, a 90-year-old man came up to me, said, "My wife died by suicide 40 years ago." And he burst into tears. Again, he carrying this burden and not being able to talk about it. So I was someone he could talk to about it in that line after Mass. So just talking about it can make such a difference in homilies. And again, using the right language. And we're all giving homilies, I think, So we give homilies at Mass, of course, the priest, the deacon, but in a lot of it, we're in charge of a ministry in the parish. We're talking perhaps in a way that we call a homily or whatever. Yes?
I have a question. How can you give, what I'm seeing that the priest in our parish is as a teaching tool for the Catholic doctrine. There is nothing in Catholic doctrine about mental illness. So how can you get them to encourage them to do that?
Yeah, and I think a lot of it will come to giving an example. Okay, so it could be about justice. So the Gospels teach about justice. The Gospels teach about accompaniment. Gospel teaches about Jesus who reached out to people, the marginalized. How many times the woman at the well, the Good Samaritan. That's a story about somebody helping somebody when no one else would. Don't we all relate to that in terms of mental illness? So it's bringing it back. Yeah, you're right. We're teaching about what the church teaches about Jesus, about God, and how we are to model our lives. So bringing in practical examples, that makes the connection from what happened 2,000 years ago to what happened today. So I think using examples of what goes on in the world today, connecting it back to the Gospels, makes it real for people. So that's what I would say. But that is important, And I think to your point, you could say to the pastor, the priest, or deacon, whoever's giving the homilies, these are issues that are affecting the community. I've had priests say, well, we don't want to start a mental health. They've said this. I don't want to start a mental health ministry because then you have a bunch of mental ill people coming to our parish. And I said, well, they're already here. And their families are here. So it's about asking the homilist to address some of the issues that the parish is experiencing. But it's a process. You got to. If you start out with just the education, the awareness part of it, I think it can lead to that. You don't walk in the priest's store and say, "Hey, I want you to talk about mental illness." Yes.
There's sample homilies on the association website, I believe, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's the other thing, and my website too. I have when we do training for deacons, I have examples you can use in homilies. So if you go to miministry.org, it's posted on there too. So that would be another way to do that. Masses for special occasions, we talked about that already too. St. Dymphna, World Day of the Sick, Remembrance, Masses, those.
There's a liturgy for a remembrance mass in Deaconess in the book Pastoral Response to Suicide, which is going to talk about
Yeah, so there is references in that book, Deaconess book.
Pastoral Response to Suicide.
What?
Pastoral Response to Suicide.
Yeah, pastoral response to suicide. All right, some of the sacraments. Again, a lot of this is preparing people. So like when we're worshiping on Sunday and the Eucharist is, because people feel unworthy, they may not want or feel they can participate in the Eucharist. So I think it's important to talk to people about that this is a healing sacrament. This is what we should, be doing. And so we want you to participate in the Eucharist. We encourage you to participate in the Eucharist. Don't feel unworthy. God loves you. Reconciliation. There's, a way of people to feel that they participate. And I've had situations where a person has come in and told me they don't feel worthy and what their issues are, and I assure them that the pastor or the priest in our parish is going to be very understanding, very kind. And then I go to the pastor, the priest of the parish, and I assure them that this person needs, what you have to say to them, and tell them some of the issues that this person faces. So again, I'm not breaking any confidences or anything. And I will ask the person, would you like me to talk to the priest? And so then that makes that reconciliation so much easier for both, really, because the person feels comfortable with the priest who's going to hear their confession, and the priest feels comfortable that he knows what's going on. And so scruple, as you know, OCD, part of that is scrupulosity, very difficult for people in dealing with sin. And so how we can ease that difficulty and help them with the reconciliation is just so important. Rights of Christian initiation. We have the RCA, as I'm sure you all do in the parish. And when a person with a mental illness applies, and first I spend a lot of time with the person who heads the RCA on what mental illness is and what issues, what to look for, how to help people. And then when she identifies someone who needs help, she lets me know, and depending on the need, I will work with that person to help them with the RCA process. Again, it's about making connections, it's about helping one another, it's about how can we break down those silos of ministry and say, how do we work together in all this? Supporting marriage. We had two people on our commission for a long time who both had serious and persistent mental illnesses, and they were wonderful people. It was very difficult because at one point one would be in a crisis mode, another, but we supported them, and I think that really helped their marriage for a long time. Role of the mental health minister, again, I think we've already kind of covered this, but the stigma, reducing the stigma, and how that then will help with feeling worthy. Again, knowing the individual, preparing them for that sacrament, and preparing the priest. I guess I'm done.
Okay.
All right, do we have time for questions too?
We're over the, maybe there's burning questions.
Any burning questions? You can always see me afterwards or call me. Right?
We'll be all lining up to talk to you. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break. 10 whole minutes. Wow. So we're going to come back at 5 after and go from there.
I do have a question. In addition to the websites you sent to us,
We're taking a 10-minute break.
will we have access to the emails of the presenters as well? If we have questions?
That's a good question.
Because I haven't been in the future.
Not yet, it's in the work.
It's been in the works for years. Because I had this discussion about the time 6 years ago.
No, but it's more than what now. There's a meeting that's the other day that there's no work record. Talking about that ain't
No, so psychiatrist very interested in wanting to move on to some
That's wrong. That's how I got into this place. And everybody should try to say Are you recruiting her? Yes, it's very hard to get. There's a digital copy available, but I can just go find it. Remember, you saw it on page 37. I remember where it is. Write it down, but we'll get copies and order them through these hospitals.
Because I found maybe this would be a good very library for some of the staff
The scope of the mental illness epidemic is so huge. There's no, government's not going to solve it. Healthcare professionals are not going to solve it. The church is not going to solve it. We really are going to have to work together. And this is somewhat aspirational beyond the scope of what we in this room could do. But I do want to let you know that there are communities that really, where all of those entities are working together. San Antonio is a really good model. They have done amazing things, and they have also worked together on homelessness, and they have quite an amazing program going there. Orange County, where I am, Orange County, California, we're the second county. We want to be the second county to be stigma-free. So we have all of these guides for how churches can be stigma-free, how schools can be stigma-free, how you can sign a pledge to be stigma-free. And we've got we have a collaborative of that includes not only the police, the churches, the agencies, the healthcare providers, but also the insurance companies, the big insurance companies, where we are because mental health it's just too big. So this collaborative has even gotten the insurers to agree that we have now are setting up facilities. We have one that's already set up and 2 more that are planned, where it doesn't matter what insurance you have. If you're in a mental health emergency, you get taken there and you get embraced. You get treated. It's amazing. I walked in and the person kept saying to me, "This is for you. This is for you." And I know she does that to every person who comes. This is for you. Here's some food. This is for you. Here's this room over here. This is for you. And anyway, it's pretty exciting. It's bold. It's beyond. It blows my mind what they're trying to do. And we now have mobile care teams. So we're transitioning away from when you call 911 with a mental health emergency, instead of sending somebody with a uniform and a gun, sending mobile care teams, things like that. These things are happening because everybody's working together, because none of us could solve it. And even the hospital administrators, their emergency rooms were overrun. Something had to change. So everybody's working together. It's pretty amazing. It can happen. But anyway, just dream big, dream way bigger than I would ever. Okay, I don't want to belabor this, but this is such a great slide that I wanted you guys to have it in case you run into any arguments or anybody telling you, well, we don't do that in the church, right? This very clearly shows what mental health ministry is about versus what treatment is about. And I will tell you, as somebody who's worked in the public system, I worked as a child psychologist, and that's how I got into this, because there's a piece missing that a child therapist can only spend an hour a week with a kid at most. That's not enough. That's not enough. We need communities who are informed and embracing. And so, I know I'm going off my notes, so I gotta get back to my notes, or I'll talk too long. Okay, so, but one thing I wanted to highlight on this slide, and you could highlight lots of things, but the one thing from my point of view as a psychologist, wanted to highlight is that when I was working with kids, and some of them had some really severe mental illnesses, and I had the pleasure of working with them over years, because they had pretty intractable mental illness. And I could tell them how much I valued them, but they needed the community to tell them. And the one thing, too, that I had to do as a healthcare provider was we had goals we had to work on, and my job was to get them to improve on those goals. That was my job, right? And if I didn't show some improvement, they maybe were going to get sent to somebody else, which they didn't want. They wanted to stay with me, or they maybe were going to be told, well, what we have just isn't working for you, so you need to go somewhere else. Which is horrible, but as minister, my only job is to love them, to affirm them, to value them, and that's what they need. Because it doesn't matter how much treatment you're getting, if you don't have a community that loves you and values you and supports you and sees you as valuable as you are, you're not going to get better. So both are really important, and we don't want to be healthcare providers, trust me, we don't. We want to be ministers. Okay. Let's see. I won't belabor this, but I think we've all said, work with your local NAMI, work with your government and healthcare agencies. I know where I am, they're trying to do a lot for healthcare equity, and so they will partner with us every chance they get, the public health folks. Okay, and then maybe there are Catholic therapist professional groups out there, so you might want to partner with them. This local collaborative group, that's what I was talking about. If there's a group of people working on mental health, and maybe that's your ministry. Maybe you're going to decide, I'm not going to do a parish ministry, but I like that idea of the community all working together, and I'm going to just start that storm. And maybe you already have it here in Madison, I don't know. Or academics who are studying faith and mental health can also be good partners. But again, these are maybe long-term. Yes, question?
Do you recommend getting together with other churches in the area then?
Yes, getting together with other churches, other faiths.
Like in Sauk City, we have different churches, Lutheran churches.
Yes, interfaith networks are great. At NAMI, we have, in California, we have a thing called FaithNet, where we work together to help minister and help each other. Yeah. All right, this question came up. So how do you get a network of professionals? So I think it's really useful and helpful to have this. This is what the number one thing that the priests wanted when my boss, the director of the Office of Family Life, talked to all the priests about what they need. He said, we need a list. And typically they would have a list, but it would be in a drawer somewhere. And it might be really outdated. So if there's somebody, if it makes sense diocesan, or I don't know how things make sense, community-wide. But we just have one person in our office who takes care of that, and she just put a bulletin ad in all the parish bulletins saying, if you're a therapist, a mental health professional, we want to make a list. If you want to be on that list, here's contact us, and here's the things that we're asking for you to do. And we have a pledge of 4 things that they're going to do. And the first one is to honor the Catholic faith of the patients who come to you. And really, any mental health professional should be honoring the faith of their parishioners, of the people who come to them. And I, as a psychologist, is part of my ethical obligation to assess for spirituality when I do an assessment. But not everybody does that, and not everybody, with religion being less common in the public sphere, a lot of the younger mental health professionals or people who are coming through now. When I was going through graduate school 25 years ago, we were all involved in our faith communities. We all had a faith community. Now, many of them do not, and they also see it as a barrier instead of as a support. So we definitely have work to do in terms of reaching out to mental health professionals and helping to educate them on how we can partner together. But you likely have plenty of Catholics who are also mental health professionals who would want to be on your list. And what I have 3 handouts for you on this. One is the ad, the bulletin ad. Another is our instructions on giving referrals. So we have, I think, 28 on our list now, 28 therapists on our list. And we update it twice a year, just double checking to make sure people want to be on the list, and also try to put more on the list. And We send it out to all the deacons and all the priests and all the mental health ministers. We don't email it out. We just ask that the deacons, the priests, and the mental health ministers to help you to find 3 that are near you, 2 to 3 gives you those. We also explain on our instructions about licensure in our state and how you can check someone's licensure, and you should, and I encourage people to do that. People have to maintain their license, and you can just look it up on the website and see if somebody's licensed or not. And I highly recommend you go to a licensed mental health professional. Please don't, yeah. Question?
Are you going to get to the other 3 kind of criteria you have on the...
Oh, they were really basic things like I'm going to keep my learning up to date and seek professional education. They're so innocuous.
Okay.
They're like things that any mental health professional, I just think that they would be happy to pledge that. Yeah, I don't remember what they are on the top of my head, sorry. And I'm afraid I'll lose my slides if I pull it up, but it's things like that. And then, so there are 3 things, yeah. Yeah. So the bulletin article, what we asked them to do, and then, so the director of the Office of Family Life, somebody wants to be on the list, she just meets them for coffee and talks to them about their faith, and just talks to them about what we have going on. And we did have, I do think it's important to check the license. We did have one person come up who was not who they said they were. So there are people out there who will prey on the vulnerable, so you do need to be protecting. And that's why I do a lot of educating people about checking the license. Because things change. And you need to make sure that people are keeping up.
You said we can go to a website to find Catholic psychotherapists in our area, is that what you said?
I did not say that. I said that you can go, in California, you can go to a website to see if somebody's license is current.
So you don't have okay, so it's Catholic, you don't have a list of that?
I do not have a list on the web. We did have one, but because of a law in California, we had to take that website down. Yes?
How does certified peer specialists fit into the equation?
Oh, such a good question. He said, how do certified peer specialists fit into the equation? Well, we are one of the last states to have certified peer specialists. We just passed a law this year. We only have a list of therapists. That's what the priests have asked for. But certified peer specialists don't practice independently, do they?
I can't think of any in the state of Wisconsin.
Yeah. So they would be practicing under somebody else's license or some agency, right? Yeah. Certified peer specialists are so important. They're so, I have such respect for certified peer specialists, and I wish that we had more. In fact, if I was to go back into the mental health profession, that's what I would do, is like find a way to get them out into more training and more out there. They're so needed. Yeah. Do you guys know what a certified mental? Okay. Will you tell us? Because I heard you say that you are one.
Yeah.
My name is Peter Rossweissel, and I'm a certified peer specialist with Journey Mental Health here in Madison. And what I do is use my lived experience with mental health challenges to answer questions, be supportive, just be a time to hear. A lot of the things that we're talking about today is what I do.
Yes. Okay. I'm getting too excited. I need to stop. So we got to keep moving. Okay. We're going to move. What's the next thing? Suicide. Okay. We have, yes, we're going to go straight into that. So Deacon Ed, going to talk to us about a pastoral response to suicide.
Yeah, it's just looking at the clock. I know we said we'd get done about 3 o'clock, so I'll move through this very quickly. So yeah, it's a somber topic. It's responding to suicide. And it's a topic I've gotten to know quite well. It's a topic any of you involved in mental health ministry are going to be dealing with. And you need to deal with it. It needs to be more openly discussed. It needs to be more openly and widely understood. It's like so much of the things associated with stigma. People are living with suicidal thoughts. People were grieving the death of someone to suicide. I've encountered people that, it's been 40 years since their father died, 50 years since their father died, and they have trouble talking about it. And the question that comes up is, why are people reluctant to talk to church leaders about suicide? And I've come up with a conclusion that there's three disheartening concerns. One, that there's doubt that the clergy and other church leaders understand their experience, because they so seldom hear us talking about it. There's lots of reasons for that. I mean, we swim in the same water that everybody else swims in. You guys swim in the same waters of stigma and discrimination against people who live with mental illness, and the shame associated with suicide, that it's a blot on the family history themselves or kill themselves in some way. And so people don't talk about it. It's sometimes perceived as a weakness. I've heard different clergy people say, well, my parishioners or my congregation knew that this isn't my family, they might not respect me, they might view me as weak, not very strong. So, there are many clergy leaders, of course, that are very good with this topic, but far too many of them are not. And the people that I've talked to have said this is one of the reasons that they don't like to talk to the church about it, because they doubt it. Particularly in the Catholic faith, there's a concern that the church teaches they go to heaven if they die by suicide, to be quite frank. That's not what the church teaches. It never really was exactly what the church taught. It kind of was implied, but it's not exactly what they taught. And the third question is lack of support to the church. There's no mental health ministries. There's nothing in any sort of structured or established program where they can find support after someone died by suicide. And you're all here to try to change that. So, as they mentioned, Bishop Dolan and I edited 2 books. I'm not here to sell anybody a book, but any of that, we thought they were good books that answered these concerns. One book is Responding to Suicide. It's a pastoral handbook that contains a lot of information about church teaching and other resources. And then a smaller book, When a Loved One Dies by Suicide, Comfort, Hope, and Healing for Grieving Catholics, which is more intended for people that are grieving the death of a loved one by suicide. So to address the first concern, it's important that we all tell our stories. So this is my beautiful daughter, Katie, and thankfully it's going to work. Let's see. We have, well, what I was going to say is that, it doesn't seem to be working. Our medical school back in Scranton saved me from having to talk about my daughter. But since I don't have it, since the video's not
I
working.
can find it. I'll find it while you want to keep.
Can you figure out a way to get this? Oh, there it is. It just popped up. This thing. The video. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. Medical school in Scranton saved me having to talk about
Katie
it.
Growing up was a beautiful, wonderful, vibrant little girl almost from the get-go. She was born on Halloween, so Halloween in our house here was always a big day. She was just a wonderful, sweet girl, the best kid to get over on Grace. Scranton High School is where she went. She was a salutatorian at Scranton High School. She was the freshman sensation on her soccer team, president of the National Honor Society. She was dating boys, and it was a wonderful time in her life, at least all outward appearances. Katie first experience with the mental illness probably started before we as parents knew this mental illness was causing all sorts of anxieties for her, and she was cutting her arm. She would cover it with her bracelets. This is when she was a senior in high school. no experience in mental illness. The response when she came back to high school was just this silence. I don't think anybody was deliberately being mean or setting us aside. It's just that our friends and family and other people at school don't know what to say. It took us a long time to begin to understand what this mental illness is, what bipolar disorder is. We didn't know it. She always took her medicine. She always took it seriously. It's a lot of hit or miss with these medicines, but she stuck in there for a long time. Finally, at the end of last year, nothing's working. They're just in the medicine cabinet out of it. She just became so terribly, terribly, painfully depressed, and she tried to pull herself out of it. The depression just overwhelmed her, and she died from suicide in August 3rd, 2016. So I thought it would be good just to simply say, this is what happened. She had a mental illness and she died from suicide. But to recognize it as an illness and not as a character flaw or moral failing or anything like that. And we spoke to what a lot of people with mental illness experience, and this thing that is a picture of a viral.
This is a unique medical school because no other medical school has made behavioral health in collaboration with its community its number one priority.
The Behavioral Health Initiative is a wonderful initiative that we, the Katie Foundation, have been supporting because it brings the treatment of mental illness into the community.
If you think about many of these issues and problems as being brain disorders, biologically based, strong genetic factors, then that's going to help remove the stigma that's been associated with having behavioral health problems, psychiatric problems.
There's so many misconceptions about people that have mental illness. Mental illness is an illness like all the other illnesses the doctors treat, and it needs to be understood that way.
The goals of the curriculum would be to provide the tools and the awareness and the expertise to help integrate behavioral health into the physical healthcare world so that it is seamless and it is just a matter of fact that those two problems will be addressed together.
And that's what I like about the PHI. We're integrating care of people with a mental illness into the broader community in many, many different ways, and it's a great thing.
So I'm so thankful the medical school put that together. It saves me having to tell Katie's story. It saves you from having to watch a 60-year-old guy tear up. So, as you can imagine. So yeah, Katie would have been 35 this coming weekend. And we have an event in Scranton. Like many people around the country who've lost someone to suicide. There's all these families like ours that try to do things in the community. So we have a friend that started a thing called 5K. So they do runs. We have an event this weekend in Scranton. But as it said in the video, much to my surprise, it wasn't to the day I die, and I'll find out that day that God's hand was in the obituary. Because I'm sure God, as you all know, God can turn everything good in suicide. And so her obituary, we just wrote a couple hours that she died. I was in no shape to write anything. But it came out in a way that spoke to the concerns and fears and discrimination of people live with mental illness and grieve someone by suicide live with. And so this thing went viral. These are just a handful of some of the, we got responses, tens of hundreds of thousands that have ever been involved in anything that goes viral. But these are typical responses that people don't understand why they treat people with mental illness differently. We need to chip away at the stigma, and that God is using this for good divine purpose. And I think all of you know that, and this is obviously one of the primary reasons I'm involved in this ministry, but I'm sure all of you have some sort of connection to a loved one through suicide, or illness, or yourself. To be all of those things together is motivating you into this ministry, and that's God working through you, working to bring the love and presence of Christ into the lives of people that live with these issues. So that's why I openly talk about it, and I encourage you in your ministries to get comfortable about talking about your experience of mental illness in your life and in your family life, because people want to know that that you have this experience, that you understand it deeply. And as a Catholic leader of your community, that's something that God, in some way, is calling you to do. Speak up about it, because by talking about it yourself, you help to reduce the stigma. Some of the other things to know about suicide is just some basic statistics. We hear an awful lot about young people dying by suicide, and that is up a bit. But fortunately, young people don't die from much of anything, thank God. So their death rates are pretty low, but suicide after accidents, as you can see in the top there, is people 34 and younger is the second leading cause of death in the country after accidents. And you can see a map here of where the suicide rates are the highest. In this country, it's about 15 or 16 or so per 100,000. Out west, which is the highest rates of suicide, Wyoming's up to 30 per 100,000. I mean, nobody knows for sure. The general speculation is there's not a lot of access to mental health resources and lots of guns and lots of isolation. So that's why that's the speculation. You'll see in the urban areas and in California, where there's a lot of mental health professionals, and suicide rates are pretty low. People find that surprising. D.C., it's District of Columbia, it's one of the lowest in the country. New York, a lot of the major metro areas. Wisconsin is kind of in the middle, kind of above the average in the U.S., as is Pennsylvania. The other thing, just to call out on the statistics, is the person most likely to die from suicide is someone who looks like me. Middle-aged or white guys killing themselves at the highest rates. That's what dies by suicide, and that's what hates to talk about the fact that they have mental illnesses. We have a friend right now in Scranton, his wife is a therapist. He's openly talking about wanting to kill himself, but he won't go to see a therapist, which is just so frustrating and so hard. I mean, I'm sure every state has a law where you can force them into hospitalization. I find that. Yeah.
Does the fact that white males who are middle-aged are more likely to choose a more lethal method?
That's certainly true. In this country, yeah, guns are readily available. But
I'm just saying that committing suicide itself is a serious act, whether it's completed or not.
Right. Yeah, women are more likely, I can go into the statistics and worry all day with this stuff, but women are more likely to attempt. Men are more likely to actually die for a host of reasons. But yeah, that's a basic fact. And it varies around the world. I mean, the United States is with guns. Other parts of the world where guns are outlawed, people find other ways to die by suicide. But in the U.S., it's guns. So that is why, and as you remember earlier this morning, Bishop Dolman, who's the chaplain in our organization, he and I are going to be very good friends. He openly talks about his two siblings and brother-in-law that died by suicide and other experiences within his family. So that's why we decided that Bishop Dolman and I co-edited 2 books. And the first part of the book is Reflections on Suicide by Catholic Leaders. So Bishop Dolman, myself, other people, my senior Steve Rossetti, some of you may know him in the Catholic world, he's kind of well known. He ran St. Luke's Institute, which is a hospital for priests and deacons and other religious that have mental illness, which is a whole other issue, but I'll maybe I'll go over and check 60 seconds of this, is that, priests and deacons and nuns are going to get treated for mental illness forever. There are hospitals around the country. I don't know what's here in the upper Midwest. But in the East Coast, there's St. Luke's, down outside of D.C., and Downingtown outside of Philadelphia. But usually all you hear is, oh, Father went away for a break. Or Sister, needed to get away for a little while. They deal with the same mental illness as all the rest of us deal with. And they do die by suicide occasionally. Now you're more likely to hear about it when a priest dies by suicide. It's not covered up like it used to be. Now it's more openly discussed. The bishop will make a statement, and there'll be a funeral, and all of that, and the community will be invited to heal rather than it being kind of hushed up and papered over. But it's always been happening. It's just, fortunately, things are starting to be a little bit more open about it. So the first section of the book is on that. The second section of the book is what the church teaching is on suicide. And you had mentioned something about church doctrine or doctrine. This is one place where there is church teaching on this. And then what psychology teaches, because all too often people who are grieving someone to suicide think, well, it's my fault. I should have seen it coming. I should have known better. I could have done something about it. So we thought it was important that a couple of psychologists who were suicidologists, it's a subspecialty of psychology, write about that. And they can't tell who's going to die by suicide. They do all the research. How come this person is depressed and going through divorce and all those sorts of life circumstances doesn't die by suicide? How come that one does? I know David Jobs from Catholic University openly says the ability to predict is terrible. The science just isn't there to say who's going to die by suicide and who's not. And fortunately, the reality is most people live every day with mental illness do not die by suicide. And most people with depression do not die by suicide. And so it's why people die by suicide is hard. It's still an area hard to understand. It's still an area that's being researched. And then the other section of the book is about what you guys are doing. It's about mental health ministries and trying to encourage support for different types of ministries. Down in Chicago, there's Father Charles Ruby's been doing support for suicide for 30 years or so now at least, focused specifically on suicide. So one of the things that people are always surprised to hear about suicide is because of the publicity the last couple of years that somehow suicide rates have gone up. Well, I guess in the last 20 years they've gone up. They've always gone up and down like this. There's always been an up and down in suicide rates. And the good news was, in the 80s and 90s, suicide rates actually went down. And now they've come back up. From what I can tell, the scientists don't know why they went down. The scientists don't know why they've come back up. But when I say come back up, they're just back to where they always were. I mean, the sad thing about suicide is the rate, some of these quotes reflect that, is that the suicide rates today in 2021 are about the same that they were in 1921. There just hasn't been much progress made in reducing the rate of suicide death in this country. And I think most of you see here, most of the professionals will say that's because of the stigma and discrimination. Thankfully, we put lots of money into researching AIDS and heart disease, and we've declared more on these various diseases, and the rates of death have come down. Not so with mental health and particularly with suicide. So the rates are still, sadly, as high as they have been. I'll say this from a Catholic perspective. And the reason I make this point, I'll make it clear, although we touch on it in the book a little bit. Sadly, sometimes you'll hear the suicide rates are up because the country's going to hell in a handbasket because of the immorality in this country and lack of all the rest of that stuff. There's no statistical basis for that. We should be close to the faith. We should be close to God. We should be going to Mass every Sunday for a whole lot of reasons. But just like going to church doesn't reduce your likelihood of getting cancer or getting heart disease, it doesn't. Mental illness is an illness. Going to church and being a good Catholic, if you're a good Catholic, that doesn't mean you're any less likely to get these illnesses. So the relationship between the religiosity of a society and suicide rates just not there. In fact, where suicide rates are going down fastest are in China and India. If you look at worldwide statistics on suicide's gone down across the world. And obviously, China and India are not Catholic Christian countries. Suicide rates are going down there because of better access to mental health care, improving economies, and other sorts of factors related to their ability to treat the illness, which is why the suicide rates are going down. One thing I'm thrilled to see, I was absolutely thrilled to see 2 weeks ago, is Pope Francis used the S word. You very seldom see it spoken about, be taught, be prayed. This was on World Mental Health Day 2 weeks ago. He said, I would like to remember the brothers and sisters who suffer from mental disorders and also the often young victims of suicide. Let us pray for them and their families so that they are not left alone or discriminated against, but they are welcomed and supported. Now there's something to reach you. There's something to bring to the attention of the pastor, what the Pope is saying about this topic. He's talking about it. And he's the Pope.
What day is that? World Mental Health Day? What day is that?
That was October 10th, 2 weeks ago. And this, we had one slide earlier, this coming month, November, the Pope will be praying prayer intention for November. And these monthly prayer intentions have been around since the 1830s. I don't know about you, I generally haven't paid a whole lot of attention to them, but this prayer intention for November will be for people who live with depression, to bring a light into their life. And there'll be lots of ancillary material associated with this, or association. I'm thrilled the Vatican called us, and we're involved providing resources and information on this event in November. So I hope you hear a whole lot more about it, at least in this country, about the Pope praying for depression and information related to mental health and mental illness coming out of Rome. And being spread out, translated into 50 languages, and there'll be a little video. He has a nice, we saw the one video on evangelization. There'll be a little video on depression and getting mental health care. There's a little snippet of the video of the Pope talking about the need for good mental health care. There's a little visual. It's pretty cool. So when it comes out, you'd think they were proclaiming a new Marian doctrine. I can't tell you about it until it comes up November 1st in detail, but it is coming out November 1st.
Can you provide a link that we can access this?
Yeah, sure. If you just Google World Mental Health Day Pope, you'll find it.
What do you do?
Yeah, but it's, what's that?
What do you say?
Yeah, it's my thing there. Yeah, it's on a thing, there's a thing called, to get off the topic, there's a thing called Click to Pray, which I just learned about. It's an app and a web page that comes out of the Vatican. It's a really cool, something you can do every day. In the morning, it's almost like praying the office, only not for the clergy, but the morning, midday, and evening prayer. You can go on, and it's an app. You go on the web page, and you pull up your phone and now on the web page. But Click to Pray. If you go to that, it's a really nice thing that the Vatican that they're doing, and part of the Pope's worldwide prayer network. I know more about this stuff than I did a month ago. but there's, and apparently it's bigger in other parts of the world than it is in the U.S. It's not that well known in the U.S., so hopefully that'll change. But it's wonderful that the Pope's talking about it. As far as church doctrine and dogma on mental health, you're right. I think you said earlier, there's not much in them out there. There are different papal statements, and we can weave them together, and maybe someday, some Pope, maybe this Pope, someday we'll put together some sort of apostolic letter or something. We'll pull it all together. But there are different things that authoritative statements by the church, by the Pope and other leaders. But this is in the Catechism about suicide. There is a suicide been going on forever, so there is a church very familiar with suicide. And so these are the three main findings of statements on suicide. Suicide, of course, those of you who are familiar with the definition of mortal sin, suicide is a grave matter. There are three conditions for mortal sin. There's no doubt about it. We all understand that. And I know people that have died from suicide, even my Katie, after a number of attempts. She was scared to death of suicide. She did not want to die from suicide. She was scared the daylights out of her. And other people that I know that have attempted suicide and survived said, thank God I didn't want to die. But there's something about this that, so they know it's wrong. But there's something about suicide. And this second paragraph of the Catechism gets to this point of grave psychological disturbances, and the Church recognizes this. That one of the conditions for a mortal sin has got to be that you do it with full knowledge and consent of the will. People are dying from suicide. They're in this irrational tunnel where they think it's their only option. The world is so dark, they actually truly believe the world would be better off without them. It's not like a Hamlet to be or not to be rational discourse. There's nothing like that going on. It's a grave psychological disturbance. And the last paragraph is very consoling to me and other people that have lost a loved one to suicide, that the Church prays for persons who have taken their own lives. Sadly, I'm sure many of you know, it's been living memory of many of us, someone who died by suicide couldn't have a Catholic Mass, couldn't be buried in the Catholic cemetery. Fortunately, the best you could say about that was a very gross, harsh suicide prevention program. Maybe that's the best you could say about it. I don't think it worked very well, but I'm sure that was part of the hope of that sort of position, I guess. But now the Church prays for persons who have taken their own lives. Katie's funeral, the bishop was there, many priests and clergy were there. It was very comforting to see the church praying for someone who's died by suicide. So that's what the Catechism teaches. I would also say this, for those of us that do preach, and even if you're not preaching, when there's other opportunities around your parish, the best time to talk about this is not right after suicide. The best time to talk about this is like this Sunday, or pick a Sunday where it's a good topic. I preached on it in September during the suicide prevention month. But to prepare the parish and to prepare people that are going to lose someone to suicide, to know what the church teaches. And just lay the groundwork, and that's something in the mental health ministry you can do is because suicide's going to happen in your parish, it's going to happen regularly, and just The other thing that, if you notice the way I've been speaking, it's taken me a while to get to do this, and it was actually on a radio show where someone corrected me on it. Because I used to always use the phrase committed suicide. You commit a crime, you commit a mortal sin. You do something that's wrong, you do it deliberately, with full knowledge and full intent of doing it, and you know it's wrong. People who die by suicide, that's not where their mind is 99.9% of them. Maybe back in some days, in Roman days, there used to be honor killings where if you lost a battle, you killed yourself or something like that. But that's not why people die by suicide. So just like we don't say someone who gets a heart attack or someone who gets cancer, they die by cancer, they die by a heart attack. That's the phrase the mental health professionals encourage us to use, and I think that's a good phrase for those of us in ministry too. They died by suicide, took their own life, or a phrase like that, rather than committed. And it shifts how we talk about suicide from an area of judgment. The phrase committed applies a judgment to what we're making as to what they did. And talking more about mental illness and their causes, how to treat it, and how to understand it, and how to hopefully someday get the suicide rates to actually go down and stay down. It'd be nice to get it down to where, in this country where it is in D.C., get it down to just 5 or 6 people per 100,000. We got a long ways to go. The other thing is to find support and provide pastoral support for people who die by suicide. This is Bishop Dolan at his Suicide Remembrance Mass that he holds every year in San Diego at the beginning, sometime in September, which is Suicide Prevention Month. And you can see what he does. It's a regular Sunday Mass. He doesn't go with a special separate Mass. He works into the liturgy of the week. But people that come, they have a small book, and they write the person's name who died by suicide down. They call out their names, and after the homily, they go out and put roses in the basket for the altar. Very simple gesture, but a gesture that's so meaningful to them. And so it's a nice thing to do. I'm happy that Scranton's going to be doing this next fall, and a couple other places around the country to do sort of suicide remembrance masses. And for those of us that have lost someone to suicide, you know, and for me, it's only a couple years ago, so things were a little more open, but I know this one poor gentleman who wants to see his father kill himself back in the 1980s. Just now being able to talk about it because of everything that's been out. So there's a lot of people like him out there, maybe older, who are grieving suicide and have never felt comfortable openly grieving and mourning in the church. So this sort of mass is good to have. One thing in the book, Father Ruby in Chicago did was a prayer writing for location of suicide. I know that sounds odd, but in some instances, and Bishop Dolan's talked about this in part of the country, the deacons and priests have gone on and offered to do an exorcism at a location of suicide, or sprinkled with salt, or something like that. And no, I mean, it's where our loved ones are in the hands of the merciful God. So we have a little prayer. And often suicide is bedroom, backyard, basement. So no, you can go and show respect to the family, and have a prayer right there. And bless the ground, bless the family. So we have a prayer right available in the book where that might be something. Obviously it's not an easy thing to do. It's something that's very comforting for the family. And then also we talked in the book about ministry and suicide. I was just down in Maryland last week speaking to a group of junior high and high school kids on this topic and mental health and suicide. I don't think they're not well aware, but they're very well aware of this topic. And to see an adult leader in the church talking about this, almost no matter what they say, just as long as you're talking about it, seems to make a difference to the young people that they know the church is open and they're not going to be condemned. They're thinking about suicide. They have suicidal ideation. Very many of them. I mentioned earlier about during COVID. Although suicides haven't gone up during COVID, suicide ideation has gone up. The actual number of suicide deaths is not anything. It's actually gone down. But there's more anxiety thinking about it more. Now maybe that will result in more suicides next year or the year after. Who knows? Hopefully not. But certainly they're thinking about it a lot now. It's more widely thought about. And can you imagine, maybe some of you have experienced this, thinking about killing yourself all the time. How difficult that has to be, even if you don't actually go ahead and kill yourself, but just thinking about that all the time. So knowing that they have a responsible, loving and caring adult to talk to makes such a big difference. And then these, I guess, this is, I don't know if you're doing these as much as an exercise, but these are things that, you can think about within the parish. What misconceptions about suicide I encounter? How can I respond? How can I communicate God's mercy in my parish setting? What can I do to walk with the parishioners? Just one thing on this point. When someone has lost someone to suicide, they think everybody wants to touch them with a 10-foot pole. And they don't, nobody wants to talk to them. They feel shame, particularly mothers. People think that she was a bad mother because a child died by suicide. That's just a hard reality, what women think. Because it's kind of historically out there in the country. Back in the day, schizophrenia was viewed as being caused by poor mother. So that's just the reality out there. People need to be, maybe go a little bit out of your way to talk to someone. Just ask them how you're doing, how are things going. It just helps so much after there's been suicide. Because of the stigma that's still floating around out there. And how can I be better prepared? And we talk about that in the book. And that's one thing a mental health ministry team member can do. When there's been a suicide, the priest or whoever in the parish, the normal minister, after the death, is not comfortable talking about this. Bring someone from the mental health ministry team along when you go to visit the grieving person. Help out the parish priest when there's been a suicide. So I know it's a tough topic. I know it's not something any of us really ever want to deal with, but you're all going to have to deal with it if you haven't already. And it's a good thing to be prepared. I'm sure the Spirit of the Lord is with all of you as you prepare and get into this ministry, that you might not think you can do this, but somehow Christ carries you when you are called to do this. As hard as that is to understand, hard as that is to confront, there's been a suicide. Christ wants to be in the midst of that. Sometimes Christ is going to send you guys to be the ones to console someone that's died by suicide.
Stretch here. And let's see, so we are going to talk about self-care and sustaining our ministry. Which reminds me that Susan, who's right here, wrote a book about mental health ministry. Oh, thank you. Susan, right here, wrote for her master's, in getting her master's degree in pastoral studies, wrote a book, Pastoral Ministry to People with Mental Health Issues. And there's copies back there. I put them back there. She has more in her trunk. And so you have an expert among you right here. And so I got one. But let's talk about it. But what she was saying, she did this 10, 15 years ago, and this is not a new idea, this mental health ministry, right? But we have to figure out ways to sustain it and keep it going. So one of those ways is that we need to plan for compassion fatigue and plan for when we cannot do this and who can do this. And we need to make it something that we predict, because we know that compassion fatigue is predictable, right? It's also treatable, and it's just the inevitable, it's the consequence of working with suffering people. It does happen. I don't know. Have Deacon Tom and Rita, have you guys ever experienced that, do you think? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I thought maybe you were holier than me or something. No. Okay. Yes. So we need to know that it's going to happen. It's normal, and there's things we can do about it. And this is from the Melissa Institute. They've been studying compassion fatigue. They have activities, exercises, all kinds of things there that you can get from them. and I want to make this quick, but I do want to encourage all of you to have a self-care plan. And I want you to, so these are things that you can do as a leader. You can have your own, you can plan when you train ministers that you have them do a self-care plan, which is the next slide. You can do one. You model your self-care. You reward and express gratitude for boundary setting. I remember when I was getting just completely overwhelmed working with kids in the foster care system, and you're just hearing these stories over and over. It's just, somehow I thought I was supposed to not get burnt out. But I remember the Friday I called my boss and I just told her, I said, I'm calling you today, it's Friday, because I know if I don't call you today, I'll probably come in on Monday, and I shouldn't. I need to take a week off. I am not well. I need to take care of myself. And that was such a hard phone call for me. I was allowed to do that. I think I should do that. And now I think, of course, it was inevitable. It was predictable. And she had the best response. She said, oh, thank you so much for telling me, because you're the only one who knows. And I wouldn't know. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't know. And I'm so glad that you're going to take care of yourself. Right? So that's the kind of leader that you want to be. You want to be encouraging people to take care of themselves. You want to have scheduled check-ins. So sometimes with my ministry network, we'll have a check-in, just kind of where are you at? Or like Deacon Ed does with his support group, 1 to 5, where are you? And just so that we know. And then also set a norm for unscheduled check-ins. Just the other day, one of the deacons called me in my network, and he said, I'm just calling to check on you. I said, oh, okay, Deacon Terry, what's going on? He said, well, you just were really quiet in that meeting the other day. I just want to make sure you're doing okay. I said, oh, thank you. Actually, I'm doing pretty good. But thanks for checking on me. But it was something else. I don't know, who knows. But that's more, we make that a norm, and I would encourage you to do that as well. Okay, and we are just about out of time, but self-care action plan. Let's do this really quick. Pick one of these. One area that you're feeling a little neglected in, because these get out of balance and you have to recheck them all the time. So, and what is you pick your area, and you pick a person, a program, or an activity, or one of each. And write it down. I'm going to watch you write it. I know you're so tired. I want you to take care of yourself. So, what is your, okay, she's got to go, okay.
I really enjoy it.
Oh, I'm glad, oh, it is, it's 3 o'clock, so.
One
Okay.
that we want to do, or
One
one
that-
regular?
One that you should, an area that you're feeling out of balance, you're feeling neglected in, and something that you could do that would support you. Right? I went to reconciliation this week. It always makes me feel better. I was just needing to do that. Okay, there's a few more slides, but we basically got through everything today. Oh, this is great. This is also what I did this week. I'm overtly modeling self-care for you guys, but I really did do this. On the St. Luke's Institute, they have free training for lay ministers on resiliency. And I went to this one. It's an hour long, Reverend David Sanji, and spiritual self-care. That's how I made my spiritual self-care plan. Then I went to reconciliation the next day. And Jesus is the model. When Jesus healed people, he went out to pray. And he didn't go just to get away from everybody. He went to go be with the Father. Okay. You'll just have to read the book Burnout. It's really good. There's really awesome ways to reset your body to complete the stress cycle. Call me, I'll talk to you about it. I love talking about that. Limits and boundaries, just like I'm demonstrating right now, we have limits. We can't do everything. We have to stop. I'm stopping. Okay. So please get out your evaluation. And if you would, please rate those things again, how you're feeling, and about your confidence level, and then just receive those for us as you go out the door. Know that Kayla and Deacon Jim are going to follow up with an email that has all the handouts we promised. Also, our emails, so that if you have questions, you can reach out to us. But you can also reach out to us through the Association of Mental Health Ministers website as well. Any other questions?
So we cannot thank enough Marjorie, Deacon Ned, Deacon Tom, Bishop Dolan, and Wendell for basically providing us with this incredible opportunity to minister to each other. Not minister to a group that's out there, but minister to each other. So thank you so much. And really they come to us through the Association for Catholic Mental Health Ministers. That association is really making it possible. We, in the last, it's almost a few months since May, we, being Madison, has been a chapter of the association. So once we get this information on the website, on the apostolate website, we'll basically get all that up on the association website too. So whether people go to one or the other, they'll get all the information. And this was a long day with a lot of information. So we'll be connected with each of you. And please let us know, which snippets you might want to focus on. Because it's going to be others who want to focus on those same snippets. And we'll make the connections together so that, as a faith community, not just diocesan, not just parish, but as a faith community, we'll be positioned to accompany people, which is really all of us who have been impacted in some way and continue to be impacted in some way by mental health challenges. So, if you have any questions, just let us know. There's probably still a few little goodies out there. Take them for the road. Don't drop them in your car while you're driving. And any questions, just let us know. But we can't thank you enough for coming and joining us, because this is going to be the foundation. This is the first time we tried to do anything like this in the Diocese of Madison, more concerted. But it's not going to be the last. This is just a starting point. So please spread the word. When we get those things on the website, please share them as much as possible. And please encourage people to let us know how we can move forward with it. We're finding out, I think you all agree, it takes some time. It doesn't come, a lot of people are going to say, we got to do this, it's got to happen now. Sometimes it just doesn't happen now to the extent that people want it. But we get these little steps, like today, a good foundation. So let's build on that. And you're going to be critical in spreading the word about this. So thank you all. Thank you for all of our guests who have joined us from Rockford, from Milwaukee, any other dioceses, other than those ones way out, Scranton, California, Illinois, even our friends to the south in Illinois, and Chicago. Thank you all. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
So